Ain't got no home, ain't got no shoes, ain't got no money, ain't got no class, ain't got no skirt, ain't got no sweater, ain't got no perfume, ain't got no love, ain't got no faith. I ain't got no culture, ain't got no mother, ain't got no father, ain't got no brother, ain't got no children, ain't got no aunts, ain't got no uncle, ain't got no love, ain't got no mind. find a new state of mind. Locked up inside, I'm still flying blind. Still flying blind. If I could find a safe place to hide, hiding where the world bends or sunsets, but it never ever rests.
Do you think you can open the hatch?
my chest and I gotta get over it. Can I come over tonight and be with you? Feels like nothing's going right. I got a knot up in my head. You could help me unravel it. I never open up inside, but I might with you. Ignite my features.
That's gold.
Yeah, guys, thank you.
Guys.
How was that sunset?
That was
Incredible. That's the first time we played that song. I got finished 15 minutes before we came here.
That's insane.
Well, Derek, thank you so much, guys.
What do you want to tell?
none of us are tied down. Gravity can't hold us now. We're forever floating. Our feet will never touch the ground. Take the leap, it's now or never. Come with me, just cut that tether. We will always be together. So why don't we go somewhere made of endless possibilities? We don't have to know how the story unfolds. We will be forever walking on a wire. Feel your faith begin to shake. Suddenly remember it never held us anyway. All this time trapped in our own minds, we forgot we always could fly. It only takes the strength to try. So why don't we go somewhere made of endless possibilities? We don't have to know how the story unfolds. We will be forever free.
Dear panelists, I would kindly request you all to move on the right-hand side, please. I would kindly ask all the panelists to move on my right-hand side, please.
searching all alone. Just tell me nothing's gonna change. Change when I'm gone. You and I were far too similar to be living separate lives. But when we're apart, there's a part of me that's not the only thing that I know for sure. 'Cause everything is changing. Nothing stays the same. I'm scared my heart is racing. It's just a silly game. 'Cause everything is
She didn't know my name. She didn't know my name. Thinking about the good
I'm still trying to find my feet, find where I belong. And now that everything has changed, I'm feeling strong. These two towns are far too similar to be a million miles apart. 'Cause when I'm away, there's a part of me that stays, and that's the only thing that I know for sure. 'Cause everything is changing. Nothing stays the same. I'm scared my heart is racing. It's just a silly game. 'Cause everything is changing.
She didn't know my name. She didn't know my name. Thinking about the good times.
'Cause everything is changing. Nothing stays the same. I'm scared my heart is racing.
She didn't know my name.
Just a silly game. 'Cause everything is changing.
Thinking about the good She didn't know my name.
Ain't got no home, ain't got no shoes, ain't got no money, ain't got no class, ain't got no skirts, ain't got no sweater, ain't got no perfume, ain't got no love, ain't got no
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Republic of Mauritius has arrived. We would kindly request you to stand up to welcome the President, please. Welcome, His Excellency Prithviraj Singh Rupan. It is a pleasure to have you among us today. Please take your seat. Thank you. His Excellency Prithviraj Singh Rupan, President of the Republic of Mauritius, Honorable Deepak Balgobin, Minister of Information, Technology, Communication and Innovation, His Excellency Omar Al-Olama, Minister of State Artificial Intelligence, Digital Economy and Remote Work Applications, and Director of the PMO Office, United Arab Emirates, His Excellency Suwaif Kamalidini, Minister of the Post Telecommunications and Digital Economy of Comoros, Dr. Cosmas Zava Zava, Director of the International Telecommunication Union, the ITU, Mr. John Omo, Secretary General of the African Telecommunication Union, Mr. Desai, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Information Technology, Communication and Innovation, Dr. Suraj Jaddu, Chairman of the Mauritius Emerging Technologies Council, Mr. Vrigesh Futa, Executive Director of the Mauritius Emerging Technologies Council, Excellencies and Dignities, Chairpersons and Directors, representatives from the private and public sector, delegates from Mauritius and overseas, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good morning and welcome to the very first edition of the AI Summit organized by the Mauritius Emerging Technologies Council under the aegis of the Ministry of Information Technology, Communication and Innovation. I present myself, I am Shalini Panchu, your MC for today. Ladies and gentlemen, nowadays, leading global experts convene to provide a unique experience, sharing their profound insights on the transformative impacts of artificial intelligence. Through engaging dialogues and insightful analysis, our distinguished speakers will elaborate on AI's pivotal role in directing our shared future. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor now to invite Mr. Vrigesh Futa, the Executive Director of the Mauritius Emerging Technologies, for his welcome address.
His Excellency, Mr. Prithviraj Singh Rupan, President of the Republic of Mauritius, Honorable Deepak Balgobin, Minister of Information Technology, Communication and Innovation, His Excellency, Mr. Omar Al-Olama, Minister of State of for artificial intelligence, digital economy, and remote works applications from the UAE. His Excellency, Mr. Suef Kamaldini, Minister of Post, Telecommunications and Digital Economy from Comoros. Dr. Cosmas Lokisen Zavazava, Director of International Telecommunication Union. Mr. John Omo, Secretary General of the African Telecommunication Union. Mr. Dassain, Permanent Secretary of our parent ministry. Dr. Jadu, Chairman of the METC, board members of the METC, our esteemed speakers, representatives of ministries and departments, industry partners, participants, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen and friends, all protocols observed, good morning to you all. Many often insist and repeatedly describe AI as merely a tool, like many tools that humanity has crafted over millennia. However, the description fails to capture the profound uniqueness of AI. Unlike any tool that has preceded it, this is not merely an extension of human capabilities. It is a new form of organization in our world. Historical inventions like the printing press or the telephone fundamentally reshaped human activities, economies, and societies. They extended our physical and communicative powers, yet they remain totally under human control, predictable and inert unless directly manipulated by people. AI, in contrast, introduces a spectrum of capabilities that are not static. It learns, adapts, and potentially acts with intentions derived through its own processed experiences. This represents a significant transformation, making it not just a tool, but a collaborator, an entity that can initiate action and influence real-world outcomes based on its interactions and growth. As it's busy reshaping the elements of societies and economies worldwide, it is imperative for all global leaders, decision makers, to deeply engage with this technology and integrate its potentials and challenges into the heart of their future plans. This is exactly what we are actively engaged in right now in Mauritius. This has been the vision of our parent ministry, the Ministry of Information Technology, Communication and Innovation, and indeed of the Honorable Minister himself, to ensure that we as a country always remain at the forefront of any major technological disruption. It is both an honor and privilege to welcome each one of you today for this AI Summit. We are all gathered here today because of a common objective, which is pursuit of actionable knowledge that will guide us through all the evolving landscape of AI. We are joined by esteemed colleagues from around the globe, leaders in business, academia, and government who bring with them a wealth of knowledge and a shared commitment to navigating the future responsibly. In the coming few days, the country will witness the incredible wave of innovation, starting with today's AI Summit, where we will discuss in detail the implication of this technology, followed by the opening of the Emerging Tech Expo, never seen before in the country. This is the place where local and international companies will be showcasing the latest global technologies. And the third part of the whole METX will be a proper industry day dedicated to the B2B sector, where tech providers will actively engage with tech leaders with new services, products to directly impact Mauritian efficiency with technology. I personally look forward to engaging with each one of you, learning from your insights, and building a future where AI is at the core of it. Again, from my side, welcome to you all, and thank you for being here today with us today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Futa, for your enlightening welcome address. As you rightly mentioned, AI is not just a mere tool, but a massively important innovation that will define tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, the architect of the Artificial Intelligence Summit and the Mauritius Emerging Tech Exhibition is the Honorable Deepak Balgobin. With his visionary leadership, he has been instrumental in driving forward Mauritius' digital agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure to welcome Honorable Deepak Balgobin, Minister of Information Technology, Communication and Innovation, on stage for his address.
Thank you, Shalini. His Excellency Prithviraj Singh Rupan, President of the Republic of Mauritius. His Excellency Omar Sultan Al Ulama, Minister of State for Artificial Intelligence, Digital Economy, and Remote Work Application, and also the Director General of the Prime Minister's Office of the UAE. His Excellency Suef Kamalindi, the Minister of Post, Telecommunication and Digital Economy of Comoros. Dr. Kusma Zavazava, Director of the International Telecommunication Union, ITU. Mr. John Omo, the Secretary General of the African Telecommunication Union. Mr. Desagne, the Permanent Secretary of my ministry, the Chairperson and members of the Mauritius Emerging Technologies Council, the Executive Director of the METC, Excellencies, dignitaries, chairpersons and directors, representatives of the private and the public sector, captains of the industry, delegates from Mauritius and overseas, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, a very good morning to you all. As dawn unfurls its golden threads across the sky, we stand on the cusp of an era, not merely of technological change, but of profound transformation. Here, where the future meets the present, we gather to sculpt a world where artificial intelligence is just not a tool, but a transformative force, promising to rewrite the very fabric of our existence. Just as steam power, mechanization, and coal fundamentally reshaped the world during the Industrial Revolution, so too is AI, redefining the contours of our workplace, our economies, and societal structure today. While the precise contours of the future remain unknown, one thing is certain: technologies like artificial intelligence, generative AI, artificial general intelligence, deep learning, prompt engineering, and machine learning, amongst others, will be a pivotal in shaping what comes next. It is worth noting that more than 60 countries have a national AI strategy. Mauritius developed its AI strategy first in Africa back in 2018. And according to US multinational McKinsey & Company, by the year 2300, none of us will be here by that time for sure, in 300 years, AI will rival humans. Be it good or bad, I leave it to your imagination. This technology can add $4.4 trillion annually to the global economy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's picture this for a moment. A future where the cars drive themselves, where robots perform surgeries with pinpoint precision, where virtual assistants seamlessly orchestrate our daily lives. This is the reality we are hurtling towards with the unstoppable force of artificial intelligence. AI is just not another technology. It is special. Let's take a few examples of what I'm going to say. While still in developmental stages, artificial general intelligence promises profound impacts across all sectors by potentially solving complex problems that require human-like understanding and reasoning. We take, for example, Google's DeepMind's AlphaZero, which taught itself chess and go beyond human expert level, showcasing the potential of AGI not only to learn but innovate in strategic thinking. Ladies and gentlemen, there are a few questions that we have to ask. And during the summit, we have experts that could definitely show light and debate on this. First, as a minister, how do we take this revolution to the common people? How do we ensure that everyone is benefiting from such a transformation? And how do we ensure that there is ethical use of such tools? Deepfakes, for example, are likely to become more and more popular if we don't discourage such practices. The beauty of AI lies in its potential to inspire us and to spark new ideas and ways of going about our everyday life, including work process, businesses, and recreation. Ladies and gentlemen, the Republic of Mauritius has always endeavored an avant-garde approach to the future, recognizing the pivotal role of technology, especially AI, in shaping our industry. I envision Mauritius to be a country where people might benefit from precision medical services. Children benefit from tailor-made support, job creation, better transportation systems, and an optimized energy consumption for the benefit of our environment. And all these can be possible with AI systems. As the Minister of ICT, it is my responsibility to ensure that Mauritius embraces these emerging technologies wholeheartedly. We are laying the foundation and infrastructure to ensure our country do not miss this evolutionary wave. Our vision is very clear. Mauritius may be small in size, but our ambitions are limitless. We aspire to position Mauritius as a leader in Africa in harnessing emerging technologies, showcasing to the world our capabilities and paving the way together with other nations. This underscores the commitment of this government, led by our Honorable Prime Minister, to innovate, excellence, and forward-thinking leadership. This AI Summit marks a crucial milestone in initiating a dialogue, both locally and internationally, that will set the foundation for a future where emerging technologies like AI seamlessly integrate our daily lives. I wish here to welcome delegates who have accepted our invitation to be part of this summit. You are from 11 countries present here today, from the UAE, Comoros, Kenya, Botswana, South Africa, Rwanda, China, India, USA, Hong Kong, and Switzerland. This gathering of minds, experts, and visionaries is not just about discussing the potential of AI. It's about crafting a roadmap that ensures AI responsible and ethical adoption, empowering individuals and societies to harness the benefits for collective progress and well-being. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of my dear friend, my big brother, Excellency Suef, Minister of Post, Telecommunication and Digital Economy of Comoros, who is leading the charge of digital transformation in his country. I also wish to welcome my very close and dear friend, His Excellency Omar Sultan Al Ulama, the only minister for artificial intelligence in the world. The UAE pioneering step in establishing a specific ministry for AI sets a remarkable example globally. In line with our commitment to learning and growth, my ministry has signed an MOU with the Ministry of AI of UAE, recognizing invaluable insights and expertise they offer in this transformative field. AI presents an unparalleled opportunity for Mauritius to leapfrog in our development journey. And collaborations that we are having with esteemed international bodies like the International Telecommunication Union, like African Telecommunication Union, the UNESCO are key to realizing our vision. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity here once again to acknowledging the current dominance of AI development by developed nations. It is crucial for Africa, including Mauritius, to position itself as a key player in AI development by Africa, for Africa. I'm proud to announce that we are taking responsibility to develop a comprehensive framework on AI in collaboration with METC based on valuable insight, ideas, and recommendations that will come out of this summit. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me end here. Dear friends, delegates, excellencies, let us dare to dream big. Let us think boldly. Let us act decisively for the future of our nations. Other door closers and to light beckons with use of orange and gold. Let us move forward with a resolve to use these profound technologies to forge a future that is not only innovative, but also inclusive and humane. Together, let us build a legacy that will illuminate the path of our generations to come. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mr. Deepak Bhargavin, for your insightful address. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now with great pleasure that we welcome His Excellency Omar Sultan Al Ulama, Minister of State for Artificial Intelligence of the United Arab Emirates. His Excellency Al Ulama is a true advocate for leveraging AI to drive innovation and progress. UAE has always been progressive in their approach and today is the only nation which boasts a ministry dedicated to AI. It is an honor and privilege to have him among us here today. Please join me in giving a warm round of applause to His Excellency.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, President Rupen, the Honorable Minister Balgobin, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute pleasure being with all of you here today in this country that really is a testament to AI. And in AI here, I do not mean artificial intelligence. I mean African ingenuity. A country that has transformed itself economically, that has become a beacon for educational reform, and has also been a role model for many nations around the world, Mauritius. It gives me sincere pleasure to be talking about this fundamental and profound technology from this land and from this continent, from Africa. Because if history has taught us anything, it's that history does repeat itself. Maybe not in the exact same ways, but it does rhyme. And one thing that history has taught us in the past, that Africa was at one point of time the continent that was exporting science, technology, culture, and innovation to the rest of the world. We can see that through archaeological sites in Egypt, in Ethiopia, and across the continent as well. What we have gone through over the last few millennia is testament that what starts in Africa can proliferate around the world. And what we're seeing right now through this conference and through the presence of everyone that's here, as well as the ambitious plan that the Mauritius government has put forward, is that the new wave of change could start from Africa and could proliferate all around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, in the UAE, we believe that the future of AI is not going to be a future that is built by one country. It is not going to be a future that's built by one company. And it's going to be a future that needs to be developed by all of us, for all of us. That is why we constantly push forward for international collaboration. And His Excellency did mention an MOU that the UAE has with Mauritius, but I think this is a starting point. We have over 12 MOUs with other countries around the world, and we believe that the only way that this technology can be a force for good and not a force for bad is if we work together and shape it and mold it to include the cultural norms, the data, and the likes and dislikes of people from all around the world, rather than it being developed by a specific corner of the planet and be spread for everyone as if it was their own. In the UAE, we also believe that the capabilities that we've built and put forward needs to be capabilities that everyone can leverage on and utilize. That is why we developed the world's most used at one point large language model called Falcon that is open sourced. And we've open sourced it for a reason, because we believe that the only way forward is if everyone can utilize this technology for their own sake, for their own purposes, and they can fine-tune it for their own utilization. This large language model today is being proliferated across different geographies, and we do believe that this is a starting point. And it is a requirement for all of us to ensure that the resources that we build and the resources that we have can be utilized by others that do not have the capabilities to build the infrastructure or to build it themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to conclude with a vision. And that vision includes maybe three simple parts. The first is we need to move from building a set of large language models that are know-it-all, do-it-all, be-it-all, to start curating and creating artisanal large language models that fit for purpose for certain industries, for certain geographies, and for certain use cases. I will urge the people in this room and the people outside of this room to start fine-tuning and teaching open source large language models for African use cases, because this is required. But I also would not tell them to stop there. I believe that in the coming period, we will see multi-billion-dollar unicorns that have one individual working in that company, or less than a handful, because these tools give us capabilities that we have not seen in the past. The second ask or hope that I have is that we all become advocates for more global dialogue. Having an isolationist view on this technology, an isolationist view on us versus them when it comes to the future of this technology is going to be harmful for everyone. And the final ask and the final hope is that we invest in the younger generation. The same way that we have seen Africa leapfrog fixed telecommunications networks to move towards mobile and broadband. And we've seen new ways of transacting through digital currencies, first in Africa and then the rest of the world. We will see this leapfrog if we empower these young individuals across geographies to be able to utilize these technologies for good. I do hope that this is a pivotal point in the history of Africa, that this conference can be the beginning of an action and a charge towards making Africa a leader in artificial intelligence. Thank you.
I extend my sincere gratitude to His Excellency Omar Sultan Al Olama for his perceptive remarks. UAE's technological advancement is an example for many countries, including Mauritius. Thank you, Your Excellency, for sharing your wisdom with us here today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our distinguished keynote speaker, His Excellency Mr. Prithviraj Singh Rupan, GCSK, President of the Republic of Mauritius. Let us warmly welcome His Excellency on stage.
Thank you, Ms. Shalini Panchu. Honorable Deepak Balgobin, Minister of Information Technology, Communications and Innovation. His Excellency Umar Al Olama, Minister of State for Artificial Intelligence, Digital Economy, Remote Work Applications of the UAE. His Excellency Soef Kamaldini, Minister of Post, Telecommunication and Digital Technology of Comoros, Dr. Cosmos Zavazava, Director of International Communication Union, Mr. John Omo, Secretary General of the African Telecommunication Union, Mr. Desai, PS, Ministry of ICT, Dr. Suraj Jadoo, Chairman of Mauritius Emerging Technology Council, the Executive Director, Mr. Vigesh Feta, Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, dignitaries, chairperson and directors, representatives from private and public sectors, delegates from Mauritius and abroad, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to each and every one of you. It is really an immense pleasure for me to be in your midst for the opening ceremony of the first Artificial Intelligence Summit, organized by the Ministry of ICT and Innovation and the Mauritius Emerging Technologies Council. And in fact, this represents for Mauritius a landmark event. And on behalf of the government of Mauritius and the whole Republic of Mauritius, I wish to extend a very warm welcome to all our guests, especially our foreign delegates. And we are indeed honored to have in our midst representatives from different continents, from India, from China, from UAE, from Switzerland, and in particular, ministers of ICT, the Minister of AI from UAE, the chair of UNESCO World Commission on Ethics of Scientific Knowledge and Technology, who is also a member of the UN AI Advisory Body, the director of Telecommunication Development Bureau of the International Telecommunication Union, AI partner from Deloitte, India, CEO of Smart Africa, among others. And in fact, the participation of such eminent guests reflects a shared vision and commitment to harness the full potential of AI while addressing its multifaceted aspects. And it's also underscores the significance of international cooperation on this very crucial subject that hold promising prospect for the country, the region, and in fact the world. Today, we stand on the threshold of a new era where AI emerge as a transformative force with the potential to reshape industries, economies, and the very fabric of our daily lives. As mentioned earlier, it is yet another transformative tool, a major breakthrough, an epochal innovation, just like somebody mentioned Industrial Revolution, the steam engine, electricity, and it can represent a catalyst for the 21st century and beyond. The impact is undeniable, and it is now widely recognized that AI has the possibility and the capability to provide solutions that can enhance productivity across all sectors, pushing production frontiers and GDP potential of nations. All fields, health, finance, agriculture, environment, manufacturing, are bound to be affected, if I may say, may find quantum improvement through AI. And we, as leaders, policymakers, innovators, of fully recognize that AI, we can't speak of containment, but we know that it is going to ripple out, moving through a diversity of fields, changing all of them. And today, I'm glad that we are all meeting here. I still remember that during the World Government Summit of last year in 2023, this is where the MOU between UAE and Mauritius was signed. While intervening, I in fact mentioned that what happened in terms of AI should be something over which we need to think, reflect, and be proactive. And I'm glad that this year's World Government Summit in UAE, in fact, was centered specifically on AI. And why I mention this is that last year, when intervening, I mentioned that perhaps in terms of what happened in the 90s, with the advent of the internet, we were late to react. In fact, when internet came, it was hailed as something which is going to make information available to each and every one of us. It was like Honorable Minister from UAE mentioned, that it was going to create an open source from which we could gather, collect, be informed about everything, but ultimately we know the unintended consequences. It resulted in polarization, in echo chambers, in disinformation, misinformation, and today we have to deal with that. But I'm glad that insofar as AI is concerned, once the technology has emerged, and once, after decades of micro-improvements, we came with November 2022, when it became known to the public through ChatGPT. Very shortly, everybody realized that it is a tool, it has potential, it had to be harnessed, it has to be contained, it has to be regulated, and lately we are glad that the EU came with a legislation, but yet we all need to collaborate. We need to collaborate to ensure that all benefits are here, but there is no unintended consequences, and that we are ready for that. I must say that Mauritius, as a small island developing state, aspires to develop and adopt AI technologies to enhance its economic diversification and address societal challenges. And over the past decade, Mauritius has made significant strides in advancing its digital economy, firmly establishing itself as a major pillar of the economy with a GDP contribution of nearly 6% in 2022. The country has achieved a relatively high broadband penetration rate and has emerged as a leader in Africa in ICT and stands today 72nd out of 176 countries worldwide in the ICT Development Index. Mauritius is further endeavoring to create a supportive ecosystem for AI research and ethical application through the establishment of agencies like the Mauritius Emerging Technologies Council, the Mauritius Digital Promotion Agency, the Mauritius Research and Innovation Council, among others. All these initiatives are built on a series of actions taken by government to facilitate innovative firms to set up in Mauritius and foster a domestic entrepreneurial spirit in fields such as AI, IoT, blockchain, and fintech, among others. These include fiscal incentives, regulatory frameworks, innovators' occupation permits, among others. In addition, there are a series of grants and schemes that favor the development of innovative projects. Besides the implementation of e-government projects, government's initiatives to promote AI-driven startups and innovation hubs are creating opportunities for new economic pillars such as technology and data-driven services. We envision to develop a new mindset of creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurship among the Mauritian population. Esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, with the boundless potential of AI comes also responsibility to ensure that it is developed and deployed in a manner that prioritizes human well-being, respects privacy, and upholds fundamental rights and values. And we should endeavor to discuss and explore ways and means through which, at different levels, national, regional, and international, we can make maximum use of AI and machine learning techniques to address the world's present and the biggest problems and challenges. This can also, as stated earlier, be an opportunity for developing countries to leapfrog once we come up with imaginative policies to beat the digital gap. And this can only be done if we collaborate and partner to develop successful strategies, learn from each other, be inspired by success stories, share experiences, whether good or bad. The advent of the internet, which, as I stated earlier, hailed as a major breakthrough, yet we know what happened during the last 2 decades, and it is now crucial that we reflect on how we can use AI to first address the unintended consequences in terms of fake news, in terms of disinformation, at the same time how we can use, how AI shouldn't be misused in terms of democracy all around, what we see all around. In the same vein, it is important that we realize that yet if it is transformative, it is still, as I stated some time back, it is a virtual creature which has been created by human. But yet it remains virtual, and we should be able to see how this supposedly new creature, based on mathematical models, on coding, does not come in such a way that we are overwhelmed, that human beings are overwhelmed. We should be able to understand how it works, and most importantly, we should be able to prepare ourselves, prepare, as Honorable Minister from UAE stated, our youth to take full potential of this emerging technology. And this is why, on one issue I wish to emphasize, the need for us to prepare ourselves in terms of all STEM subjects, essentially mathematics. And we know that today in this present world, in addition to knowing traditional language, we should be also be able to learn and be able to talk with the machine. The need for us to train our youth in terms of coding. I know that we have started coding here in Mauritius, but it should be a language that is taught everywhere. I don't know what is the percentage today of students around the world who can master coding. Without coding, everybody will be overwhelmed by AI. Everybody will misunderstand altogether what does AI represent. We should be able to have all those fundamental right. Without those fundamentals, we can go astray, and it is important that each one of you here, policymakers, those who will be dealing with everything, with the whole ecosystem, we should be able to master it, but at the same time, it is not only for the experts. It is important that we have sufficient knowledge of it within the community. All those will interact so that we don't go, we are not overwhelmed and go astray on that issue. And of course, it represents a challenge. It is not tomorrow that we are going to have sufficient persons who can understand the language. it is not tomorrow that we are going to have sufficient data scientists. And this is where I believe for developing countries like Mauritius, we should be able to tap on competencies that lies everywhere. And I've been talking with the Honorable Minister. One possibility for Mauritius and also for Africa is to see how we can tap on the diaspora. And I'm glad that the Honorable Minister was mentioning that Mr. Futa is also a member of our diaspora who came to help us. But it is important that we try to tap as many competencies as we can elsewhere also. The same applies, of course, for Africa. This will give us an insight of what AI represents, what are also its limitations, and also how it can be a tool for us to progress ahead. Learning about the limitation of bias, of hallucination, how it can be gamed so that we can move ahead. Yet, ladies and gentlemen, we know that AI can represent an important tool essentially for governments. And government should not only be here to facilitate the penetration of AI, but also can use AI to improve governance. But we should also be reminded of what an American computer scientist, Toby Berger, once said, I quote, "Don't try to make the problems fit your tools. Get yourself the tools that fit the problem." This is for me something very fundamental. We know that there are models available. We should be able to adopt and create models that fit our problem and not vice versa. It is also essential that whenever we try to adopt AI essentially in government agencies, that mechanism be put into place to ensure that there is effective communication between data scientists and government organizations, and those who have got a ground expertise in the domain. Because to whatever extent data scientist thinks he understands the problem, he needs insights from experts on the ground, as the latter fundamentally understands the problems at the root that need to be addressed, and they are better placed to understand the potential issues with the data. On the other hand, it is also essential to set realistic expectations from the outset. This includes educating non-technical stakeholders about AI capabilities and potential risk of misuse also. And it is only by fostering open communication and aligning expectations that we can ensure the success and responsible deployment of AI in all projects, essentially government projects. This being said, ladies and gentlemen, our journey in the realm of AI is still in its infancy, but yet we should be reminded about the transformative impact of inventions. Electricity was invented as far back as 1882. undoubtedly, it revolutionized the world. Yet, more than 150 years later, access to electricity is still out of reach to some 700 million people around the world. So, we must learn from this and ensure that similar gap does not emerge with AI. This is in itself a big challenge. We should ensure, as Honorable Minister from UAE stated, that it is available to everyone, everywhere. And achieving this vision requires collaboration and support from all. By working together, we can establish common standards, share best practices, and foster a more inclusive and sustainable approach to AI development. This summit, I am sure, will lay down the groundwork for robust collaborations that transcend geographical and sectorial boundaries. So together, let us seize the opportunities that AI offers to create a more prosperous, inclusive, and sustainable future for our nation. With these words, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to declare this summit open. I wish you all a very fruitful gathering with engaging discussions and tangible outputs. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, His Excellency Mr. Prithviraj Singh Rupan, for sharing your valuable enlightenments. We will now invite you to watch a clip from the Economic Development Board of Mauritius.
Mauritius, powering the digital age, nestled at the crossroads between Asia, Europe, and Africa. Mauritius has emerged as a dynamic force, powering the digital revolution. The country is known for its thriving ICT BPO industry. With more than 900 companies and 33,000 people, GDP contribution stands at 6%. Over the years, the industry has witnessed remarkable growth, reinforcing Mauritius's position as a global hub for technology and innovation. As at 2023, the internet penetration rate is 153%, and mobile penetration rate is 166%. The island is 100% fiber covered, and 5G is deployed in strategic areas. Mauritius also boasts a vibrant pool of skilled and qualified manpower, who are the driving force behind the success of major multinationals. Several sectors are experiencing transformative changes, namely in the medical, sustainable, and smart farming fields. As we step into the world of emerging technologies, new digital opportunities are being created, from augmented and virtual reality to 3D and 4D animation, 3D printing, robotics, and big data. Cashless payment has also emerged as a key opportunity. The country asserts its commitment to technological excellence and its position as a regional leader. The various accolades serve as powerful affirmation of the country's innovative spirit. Revolving around the concept of work, live, and play, Mauritius provides the perfect equilibrium between professional success and personal well-being. Embrace the future with Mauritius as the country powers the digital revolution. Join us on this digital journey where innovation meets opportunity.
Thank you very much, EDB. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a small announcement. We have a request from the police. We would kindly request some of you to move your vehicles from the entrance of the Victoria Hotel. And the matriculation numbers are 679ZZ10, 2756, GZ18, NV508, 5358 July 21, KB 784. Please do the needful. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, after the insightful speeches, we will invite all attendees to enjoy a tea break and a networking session. Take this opportunity to connect with industry, leaders and experts and fellow participants. The staff of the ministry shall guide you, and we will start in 20 minutes. Moreover, ladies and gentlemen, please do not hesitate to scan the QR code on screen to get the whole program of the AI Summit. And the Wi-Fi of the hotel is open. You can use it. Thank you. We shall get back in 20 minutes.
Everything is changing.
But as it has been said by His Excellency, the President right now, there is a great need for legislate and regulate this domain against all the kinds of abuses that have been explained now. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. I think what you're hearing is, in my mind, probably 10 different areas in which governments will be active over the next few years when it comes to artificial intelligence. And obviously on this panel, we will not have time to cover all 10, but it's clear that things like definition of AI is actually critical, because we talk about something that we don't define. When we don't define it, then of course things that have to do with legislation becomes hard, because you have to focus on, for example, legislation in terms of liability and accountability laws. And so definition is important. Balancing innovation and risk, which I will explore in some questions, is also really important. Governance and oversight, particular industries, because we are not, from an industry perspective with AI, created equal. Focus on outputs or outcomes of AI, not necessarily what it is we can do, but what is the outcome of what we do with it, as has been out. Importance of ensuring that everybody participates. Explainability, transparency, as I said, liability and accountability, data governance, workforce and skills, which we will explore in a few questions as well, because that is critical, not just for the future generation, but in many ways actually for the generation that is everyone in this room, because of the high speed of how this evolves. And then last but not least, international cooperation, which Your Excellency also outlined in your remarks, being really important as we go forward. So it's against this backdrop of these 10 issues that we will explore a few questions. So if you may, I will start off with a question for you, Your Excellency, in terms of how will Dubai work on international cooperation with other countries? Are there lessons that you can teach other countries, because you have, in many ways, insight to things before most of us in terms of the implications?
Thank you very much. I think let's actually zoom out a little bit. So not Dubai specifically, let's look at the UAE. So as the UAE, we've been a part of all the different international convenings when it comes to AI governance. So I sit, for example, on the World Economic Forum's AI advisory body, as well as the UN Secretary General's high-level panel on AI governance. But also today the UAE is involved in the G20 AI governance process. The day before yesterday, we were announced as one of the members of the G7 Hiroshima Protocol as well when it comes to AI regulation. So we've been part of all the conversations that are taking place globally, because we believe that having a seat on the table is important, but at the same time, trying to bring in others is as important. So yes, in some of these conversations, we don't believe that we are representatives of ourselves on our own. We are representatives of our part of the world. We are representatives of the countries that cannot be on that table at that given time. Another thing as well that I'm going to say, so the country as a whole adopted a certain mandate, which is for us to be a leading country when it comes to AI and AI use globally. Dubai specifically, the Crown Prince of Dubai announced last week a blueprint. He called it the Dubai Universal Blueprint for Artificial Intelligence. And that blueprint, why he called it universal, is because he wanted it to be a blueprint that forces everyone to look at quality of life improvement over productivity and economic gains. Because most people are looking at AI just for economic applications and just for productivity improvements. If you don't focus on quality of life, you might end up using this technology negatively, or using this technology in a way that would harm people, not as a virtue of what you're trying to do, but as a mistake or a sub-product of it. So in that regard, I also would try to urge everyone to look at that blueprint and to see how that blueprint can be utilized in your countries as well.
That's excellent. do you think, if I may ask, do you think that artificial intelligence can have a negative impact on a country's culture, and that there therefore is an important aspect of trying to maintain that, for example, in data that goes into large language models?
Is that a statement or a question?
That is a question.
Because I think it already is harming countries.
Yeah.
I don't think that this is a hypothetical scenario. Unfortunately, if we look at what's currently happening, that you have these recommendation engines that are recommending content for the young people across countries of what content to see, of what information to have access to, cultures are being diluted.
Yeah.
And this is a fact, unfortunately. We need to be more aware of the ramifications of this technology. This technology is not predominantly just good, and it's not predominantly bad. There's a balance of both. And our role as government leaders is to ensure that our society understands that our role is to give them the access to the technology while also regulating against the negative use cases of it. And that is why I would say the blueprint is an important thing, because in the blueprint, the focus is on quality of life. Quality of life also means not diluting culture. It also means that you need to be better off because of that use case than not using it.
Yeah, excellent, excellent. So let's move a little bit, Honorable Deepak Balgobin. If we look at then actions that may need to be taken from a regulatory perspective here in Mauritius, are there areas you would focus on, or since we're talking about international cooperation, is there perhaps value that can be derived from the work that's happening now in the African Union around this? So how do you see this from a Mauritius perspective?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you talk about a regulatory framework, the question you ask yourself is where you start and where you end. The European Union took 4 years to be able to come with a legislation to implement AI. But then, if you look at AI and all related activities of artificial intelligence, a year before, or a couple of months before, you were talking about ChatGPT, and everybody was fascinated about ChatGPT. You could write your speech, you could, write a couple of paragraphs for your assignment, etc. Today, if you take ChatGPT, for example, we were discussing a bit earlier, you could just type Peter in Mauritius, beach, hotel, create me a video.
Yeah.
And you got that in a couple of seconds. So it is not so easy to have a proper legislation with regards to AI, because I said, where do you start and where do you finish? A week later, you will have something new coming up that you have not catered in your legislation. 2 months later, you have something completely new that is up and running. Today, we're talking about deepfake, cloning your voices, cloning your face, and all type of things. What is important is, for a small island like Mauritius, is to have a proper educational campaign about this.
Yeah.
People have to know how responsible you have to use AI. What are the good and bad, the pros and cons of AI? We in Mauritius here, we have started a program at primary schools. And we're teaching students at the primary schools on coding, which is very important. We are teaching students in primary school on robotics. And it's very fascinating to see a child in a primary school, instead of having an automated car for Christmas, he's building his own robot with Lego. You make it fun.
Yeah.
So it is very important to instill the good practices of AI and any other technology for that matter at the very grassroots level. Now, we have our friends from African Telecommunication Union present, from Smart Africa, Dr. Zavazava from the ITU, who is from Zimbabwe. There is a concerted approach that needs to be done for Africa. How, as a continent, how, as islands of the Indian Ocean, Comoros, Seychelles, Madagascar, Mauritius, we could leverage on collaboration, on knowledge sharing, and capacity building, because if you, we say in English, you don't know what you don't know. If you don't know what we have to do, then what will we do in the future? So this is why it is important to have our friends here, how we could build it, all those 54 countries in Africa and islands in the Indian Ocean, which form part of Africa, with the help of advanced countries and have developed. Our good friend from UAE, from India, from China, from Europe, bringing together expertise so that we understand, we know what is right and what is wrong, and we could move in those lines to develop that technology in the country.
Yeah, excellent, excellent. And if I may, Honorable Kamilidini, as you in the Comoros embark on AI, do you have any thoughts around how you balance regulation and then the need to innovate? Is there conversations about this? Do you have any thoughts about what that means?
Okay, thank you, Peter. As you mentioned it, innovation, and you described it very well, it's a need. So there is no way and there is no how to escape it. We have to. But in the other hand, we have other needs, especially when I talk about protecting citizens in general and the society. From what? From the excesses of innovation, such as AI. So the dilemma is to balance between these two needs. And as a government, we have to guarantee the security of the entities and the people. And we have to preserve moral and belief. When I say moral and belief, I'm talking about confessional, political, and social belief as well. And in this field, I think that we do have to learn a lot from Mauritius. Because as you know, Mauritius, a part of the technology and all these new sciences, but Mauritius is multicultural countries, multi-belief countries. But in spite of that, they know how to balance and not to hurt no one because of rules and regulations. So I think that all, not only the island in the region of Africa, but all the world, we have to learn a lot from Mauritius.
Yes.
And in this side, we in Comoros are convinced that the balance between innovation and regulation, we have two aspects to make this balance. First of all, the need, as I mentioned, to adapt innovation to the fundamental values of the society in all its components. And as I mentioned, for Mauritius, this is the more important. And the second point, it's very important to promote, after it has been said right now, the pooling of thought, the exchange of information and experiences between countries in short-term cooperation, international cooperations. And I'll take an example. For myself, I came yesterday from the UAE, from Dubai. And I've been there to sign a MOU with the Telecom and Digital Authority Regulation of the UAE. And we did that in Comoros because we know, first of all, that the UAE had made great progress, globally recognized in the field, but not all. The more important also is that we are convinced that Comoros share common points with the UAE in terms of moral values, belief, and concern for securities. So I think that this is the two main points that you have to take into consideration to have the balances between innovations and regulations. This is fundamental.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
And from a UAE perspective, how do you see this question of balancing regulation and innovation? Because it's often been the critique of the EU AI Act that it favored the regulatory environment over innovation, and it's a critique of the United States often that it favors innovation too much over perhaps protecting citizens. So, but where would you stand? Because those can't be the only two views in the world.
I think, have you read the story Goldilocks?
Yeah.
In Goldilocks, there are 3 porridges, right? Very hot, very cold, just right. And this is the dilemma of the regulator. Over-regulate, under-regulate, just right.
Yeah.
I think in terms of regulations, there isn't going to be a one-size-fits-all for all countries. There needs to be a curation of the regulatory regime to suit your country, your needs, your development. So it's exactly like climate change. The current resistance to climate change regulation is from countries that did not get a chance to develop, that are saying we do not want to cut our emissions because we still need to go through the development cycle, right? This is one of the arguments that are being made. It's the same, and the same would be true for AI regulation. If you are expecting the countries that are going to benefit from this technology to hinder their innovation because, for example, of fears that are unjustified, there is going to be pushback. And that's why having international dialogue is important. Yeah. In the UAE, we're doing the following. The first is in non-controversial utilizations of the technology, we're going full speed ahead, and we're moving aggressively. Let me give you an example. Leveraging AI for infrastructure development, there is very little controversy there. We will double down and move very quickly on it. Leveraging AI for logistics, for example. The UAE today is a logistical leader globally. So DP World, which is one of our national champions, operates 88 ports around the world. So it is by far probably the leader when it comes to port operations globally. We need to ensure that this advantage that DP World has is maintained and sustained and also increased by leveraging artificial intelligence. And there is very little controversy that anyone can look at and say, for example, that you can deploy AI in. There are other utilities of AI that are very controversial. We're not going into that because we believe that at this point of time, there's a lot of debate happening around whether we should use this technology or we shouldn't, about what needs to happen and how do you regulate it. So I think each country should actually start to set the tone for this on their own, while also having a debate on what is a globally accepted application of AI and what's globally not accepted.
Yeah.
Today, we're hearing about autonomous tools, for example, AI tools that are being used in military conflict and weapons.
Yes.
That is a globally debated subject that I think countries need to look at seriously and maybe put the brakes on certain fronts. When it comes to the use of AI in biotech, for example, if it is going to harm people's healthcare and livelihoods, if it's going to lead to widespread disease, we need to be a little bit more careful. So you can't say that we should over-regulate or under-regulate. I think depending on the domain, depending on where the country is, and depending on the global context, we determine that.
Yes, yeah, okay, excellent. If I may switch a little bit then to our last topic, and then I will let you go, gentlemen. But the whole topic of education. And I think every country is trying to address what do we do with our education sector. So, Honorable Background, you have already stated that there is a focus in Mauritius around education, but could you expand perhaps a little bit? Where can you take this? Is it, as you said, the lessons around artificial intelligence has to start at first grade, or the teaching of critical thinking has to start early. How do you see this in Mauritius?
Yeah, education about AI is very important. In the education sector, we are yet to fully use AI because at one point in time, you would need to use emerging technologies for teaching students, for example, be it at secondary level, be it at tertiary level. But what we have done here is we have created another council, or revamped an old institution which used to call the National Computer Board, for example. And we revamped the institution into what we call the Mauritius Digital Promotion Agency. What we want to do by that is to go around the country, not only in education sector, but every people, be it the senior citizens, why not, be it the housewives staying at home, about an ICT culture in Mauritius. So, people have to know, if you're talking today about AR and VR, if people do not know and don't experience what is AR and VR, then it doesn't make sense to have strategies, it doesn't make sense to have summits and talk about AI when the grassroots doesn't even know or experience what is it. So what we have done, to answer your question, Peter, is we have created a digital lab. And we call it Digital Lab on the Go because we have transformed a caravan with those emerging tech inside that goes around the country, in small villages, in schools, in youth centers, in women's centers, and show and teach people what is AR, what is 3D printing, how does it work? Could you be entrepreneur by printing small things and do a necklace with that, for example? How do you use VR? How do you use any other technology that could leverage and you could start a company there? So this is how we're educating our people here in Mauritius. So we have done a digital lab on the go. This is the name because it's ongoing. It's going everywhere. And we use that to educate people. We use that to synthesize our people. But also, we ensure that the limitations, the pros and cons of AI is well versed to everybody. We know about it, what are ethical and unethical approach we should adopt. Especially in education. When we talk about education, we talk about our children. And today, a small child has a mobile phone. So what are the limitations? You know? So this is very important in the education sector to be able to have a proper awareness on these emerging technologies because they are limitless, and how you maintain a proper and ethical use of AI in that sector.
Excellent, excellent, yes. And from a perspective of the Comoros, I mean, where do you see education? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Peter. In this field, last year, 2023, in the Comoros, we have set up a digital chambers, or what we call in French, chambre du numérique. So what happened, all activities which is before relevant from the Chamber of Commerce are now dealt by the Chamber of digital chambers. So this institution, among its missions, it's essentially to promote the youth job. So we know that often these generations have a lot of talent in the design and programming of application, which is useful in the daily basis. So we think that it's among the solution. But on the other hand, we think that we should review the educational programs so that we can create specialization in the field of the AI, especially, and also to include, to integrate this culture of digitalization in all the levels of educations.
Yes.
So for instance, in the third quarter of this year, we will hold in Comoros what we call the Forum for Educations. And among the objectives of this forum, which will be held sometime maybe in September, it's to review the curricula and include this culture of digital economy and digital activities in all the levels of the educations, from the primary, secondary, and of course at the level of universities. And we think that this can, because no one will not be, as we said, left behind.
Yeah.
So not only for those who are in the normal and classical academies, but also those who are in activities right now in different fields, health, education, and so on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Excellent. And then lastly, how do you look at education in the United Arab Emirates?
I think education is the cornerstone of any country developing, any civilization emerging. And it's the most important endeavor that any government can focus on. Now, one mistake that we made in the past was instead of standardizing the quality of teachers, we standardized the curriculum, which at one point of time was a leapfrog, but today this has stagnated because you might have great curriculums but bad teachers, which will lead to bad educational outcomes, right? What AI will do, and I think this is something that we need to focus on, is AI needs to become the assistant to the teachers to ensure that the quality of education that's being provided to students across geographies is the best quality of education that can be delivered. There is a difference that one teacher can make in making a student like mathematics and hate mathematics, or like science and hate science. And that decision and that outcome, whether the student likes mathematics or sciences or other fields as well or not, could be the difference between an Einstein coming out from Africa or a Mozart coming out from Africa, or someone that becomes, unfortunately, a mediocre graduate that does not really amount to anything. Unleashing the passion is the role of teachers. And every student today has the capability of really transforming an industry or a vertical or the world. To ensure that that student becomes that pioneer, there needs to be the utilization of technology to improve the quality of outputs when it comes to education across the world. We're looking at that seriously in the UAE, but I think that this is a global problem that needs to be addressed.
Yes, yeah, I think excellent, and all of this sort of reminds me of a personal story that happened this week. My youngest son is taking an exam at a college in the United States and was just yesterday told that they would have to write the answers by pen and do this within a period of 4 hours. And of course for him, because they're all used to using ChatGPT, his reaction was, how do I do this? So that's where we have children today, is that they don't actually know how to write something down and perhaps in some instances think by themselves. I'm sure my son will figure this out. Your Excellencies and Honorables, thank you very much for your insights. I think we've been around a number of really important topics. We've certainly covered innovation and regulation. We've certainly covered education. And I think we have learned from each of these three countries. Small countries have a fantastic opportunity to innovate. That is my personal view. But I think that there are so many case studies now from smaller countries that I truly believe that innovation around AI will come mostly from small nations around the world. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for these invaluable observations. This was an amazing panel. AI is high on the agenda of decision makers and global leaders. This has been a passionate discussion, and we only wish that we had more time. Again, thank you, Your Excellencies, for participating, and Mr. Sondergaard for moderating the panel. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now I have the privilege of introducing Dr. Suraj Jadoo, Chairman of the Mauritius Emerging Technologies Council, Please join me in welcoming Dr. Suraj Jadoo on stage. He will moderate the expert panel discussion, theme, How International Bodies Are Shaping AI's Future. Our panelists include Dr. Cosmas Zava, Director of the International Telecommunication Union, Professor Emma Rugtamp-Bloem, Chair of UNESCO World Commission on the Ethics of Scientific Knowledge and Technology, and member of the UN AI Advisory Body, Mr. John Omo, Secretary General of the African Telecommunication Union, Mr. Yantao Wang, AI expert from the China Academy of Information and Communications Technology, and Mr. Alfred Mashishi, Acting Deputy Director for ICT International Relations and Trade, South Africa. The floor is yours, Dr. Jadoo.
Thank you, Shalini. So, after we have heard and learned a lot about the high-level ministerial kinds of decisions being taken by different countries around AI, now we are going to have esteemed panelists from international organizations with whom we want to talk more about how they believe AI would be used, is being used, and could be used to do good, like what we have just been discussing, not only in economic sense, but also in the social sense and generally speaking. So I want this to be more of a conversation between us rather than me like strictly moderating discussions and so on, but I would also be mindful of the time, okay? Okay, so my first questions to everyone, okay? So basically, I would want to know more about what your organizations is doing, more in terms of the development and regulation of AI technologies in general. So maybe we can start with Mr. Alfred, and then we go to Professor Emma, and so on.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to appreciate the invitation extended to South Africa by Mauritius. What a lovely country, and our neighbor. And we have a long history in how we cooperate. The most important thing to say, in the next year, South Africa will be hosting the G20, which is one of the key international events that will shape how developing countries are taking into consideration the digital technologies into solving global problems. Now, from South Africa perspective is we are from a continent of Africa. And the most important priority is what we do and what we say is to ensure that the continent of Africa benefits from AI as a technology. What do we need for digital transformation to happen? There are a couple of issues. But looking from South African perspective, the first thing is you need a cooperative ICT sector. So the ICT sector must be willing to work with everyone and be able to accommodate the changes like AI. The second thing you need is a tech-savvy society. You need a society that is highly skilled to be able to create a living as well as literate to be able to use tools that you need to advance. Thirdly, you need a digital content generation, because that is what is called the juice in the pipes. And that in itself is, what do you do with data? How do you make sure that data is computerized in a way that it becomes an innovation? Fourthly, you need a protection in terms of the cyber for the society. And fifthly, you need a partnership at the global level, at the local level, and at the regional level. So when you look at these ingredients, when we were in the G20 in the German presidency, the issue around digital economy came to the fore. And one of the biggest things we noticed is that for Africa to be able to work in unison, take into consideration the 2060 agenda, is that you need to create what is called a blueprint where all the African countries are able to navigate this issue of AI. And we participated in that, in creation, how countries can be able to use AI as a unique opportunity to solve their pressing challenges. So we did that, and that was done in 2021. The second thing that we did is to look at the SADC as a region, and then indicated what are the key ingredients that makes SADC as a region to prosper. And one of those issues was the issue around how service industry and agriculture is a key driver. Because AI, the impact of it is on the issue of productivity, and then the issue around the risks that it carries. It is indicated that countries that are driven by agriculture will gain 30% of their productivity. Because agriculture, what it does, it brings in the workforce, like women who were limited because of the physicalness of the work, into the workforce. But in South Africa, one of the key issues that we need to deal with is the service industry, because we are manufacturing and service-led. And it's indicated that 60 to 70% of those industries will be impacted by AI. So how then do we make sure that at the end of the day, those key sectors that we are leveraging on are at the same time benefiting on AI, but at the same time looking at two issues: the social well-being of the society, because this whole issue around technology, it carries elitism in it, because people think that what they're experiencing on AI is what everybody's experiencing, whereas the opposite is different. And then the issue around the economic growth. If you don't make sure that your key sectors of economy in their value chain are using AI to be able to expand, you are going to be left behind. So as South Africa, we are ensuring that in the global space, in the global discussions, we always make sure that Africa as a continent benefits, and South Africa as a result reap the benefits beyond that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very honored to have a part in this conversation. I'll speak first on the World Commission on the Ethics of Scientific Knowledge and Technology that I currently chair. In terms of AI, this commission has started thinking about it quite early. In 2017, there was a report on robotics ethics, which was, as is the case with this commission, ahead of its time, but very much needed. It was followed up in 2019 with a preliminary report on the ethics of AI, which led to the recommendation, which I will say a few things about in a second. And then in 2021, we worked on a report on the Internet of Things, which of course is an AI-enabled environment. In terms of the UNESCO itself, the social science sector at UNESCO worked very hard from April 2020 until November 2021, at which time the recommendation on the ethics of AI was adopted by 193 member states. This is a very important document, and I just want to take a minute to talk about it. It was the first global normative instrument on the ethics of AI in the world. UNESCO went really out of its way, more than usual, if that is possible to imagine, to ensure that there was inclusive participation from all 6 regions across the world. And you have to remember, we worked on this recommendation right in the middle of COVID. We started in April 2020. We never met physically. Everything that we had to do in terms of drafting the recommendation happened online, in hard times for some people. So, but in fact, it proved that one can connect digitally. One can, in fact, learn to know each other through seeing the different environments, what people were going through in terms of COVID across the world. In fact, made us more open to hearing each other's viewpoints when it came to talking about our different cultural values and how we will encapsulate what is important for us from the region from which we come from in terms of the values and principles. And that also led then to, for instance, the readiness assessment methodology that came out of the recommendation, and I'll say a few words about it when I have a chance to speak to you again a little bit later. Because that is a focus also on UNESCO supporting member states to find out where they are in terms of AI readiness and AI governance readiness. And to be able to meet member states where they are with what they have in terms of what they need. And this is really important because we are not all at the same place and we don't all have the same goals. There's of course some shared goals, but different foci and different sectors will be natural from different countries and different regions of the world. And then lastly, I certainly do not represent the UN, but I'm a member of the Secretary General advisory body, as His Excellency Al-Ulama is as well. And in terms of that body, we are working very hard for international governance. But I'll also say a few words about that later. I just want to say it is really important that we think also in terms of international governance, because this is a technology that is transboundary in its nature, in its functionality, in its application. And we have to ensure that when people say nobody is left behind, sometimes you get the feeling, because I'm from the global south, you get the feeling that people who say this in global north contexts are really glad that they are certain that they will not be left behind. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, if anybody is left behind in this evolution of technology, the whole world will suffer. It will be a common harm to the world. So we have to ensure that every country, every region knows what its strategy is to engage with this technology. And that is what the message is from that particular body. Thank you.
Okay, so it's not yet afternoon. Good morning. It is quite nice to be here, and I thank the Minister for inviting me to be part of this discussion. By way of introduction, I work for the International Telecommunication Union. We are the oldest United Nations agency, established in 1865. I always joke and say it's a case of a child being older than the parent. You know, the United Nations came way, way after us. We have 193 member states, highly diversified, small island developing states like Mauritius, least developed countries, landlocked developing states, countries with economies in transition, and the developed countries. That diversity is what makes us great. We also have over 1,000 industry, private sector, and academia members. And that helps us to enrich discussions. With respect to artificial intelligence and within the context of the African region, I would want to say you are well aware that most of the least developed countries are in Africa. Out of the 45 remaining, 26 of them come from Africa. And it's a huge challenge. And the highest number of landlocked developing countries are in Africa, followed by Asia and the Pacific, another challenge. We also have small island developing states, of course, and you are aware that end of May, we'll be in Antigua and Barbuda to discuss the challenges pertaining to small island developing states and what strategies we could embrace in order for us to address those challenges. Artificial intelligence is one of the key elements that will be on the table. Artificial intelligence for us is basically a technology just like any other technologies, and in the International Telecommunication Union, we are technology neutral. I would coin maybe the name FAI, F-A-I, fear for artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence as a catalyst, an enabler, and a driver to sustainable digital development. I wanted to bring to your attention the fact that as ITU, we are in the forefront of trying to establish some kind of governance to rein in a potentially chaotic situation, because artificial intelligence comes also with its challenges. So we are going to be having, we launched in 2017 an initiative which is called Artificial Intelligence for Good, because there is also for bad. Last year, we had Artificial Intelligence for Good Summit in Geneva, and somebody, a journalist, asked one of the humanoids, one of the robots, and said, "Are you here to take over the world?" And the robot responded and said, "Not at all. We are here to work side by side with the humans." So the fear side of artificial intelligence related to issues like deepfake, misinformation, harassment, etc., others call them hallucinations. We have to rein in. So governance is a critical element in the way we do business from a policy perspective, legal and regulatory perspective. I wanted to invite you, before I delve into the details, to our Artificial Intelligence for Good, which is going to run from the 29th to the 31st of May. We are going to have about 200 highly intelligent robots in one location under one roof, which will be discussing and also interacting with the humans. Very intelligent and highly. The first day of that summit is going to focus entirely on governance issues. And we are also going to be from the 1st of July to the 4th of July this year to be in Kampala, where we have all the world regulators under one roof. We call it a Global Symposium for Regulators, where we will be discussing for the first time the issues relating to regulation and artificial intelligence without stifling, of course, innovation. And that is very critical for us. So you are cordially invited to come there. For us, the fear should be actually be less of a concern, because every technology that we have introduced, it has side effects. We should be looking at the advantages of applying artificial intelligence and making sure that the world is ready to embrace. And affordability is a big issue. In Africa, most of the people are stuck with the 2G, 3G, and 4G, but artificial intelligence thrives on low latency. 5G becomes a big element, and that is very critical, and I congratulate, of course, South Africa, I congratulate Mauritius and a few other governments in Africa for embracing 5G and rolling it out. In many of the other regions, actually they are switching off 3G because 5G takes care of all the elements of 3G, and they are moving forward and keeping, of course, 2G because it has got the unique voice element, particularly for emergency telecommunications. We are there to make sure that we bridge the digital divide, we bridge the innovation divide, we bridge the skills divide, and that is important. Artificial intelligence brings its own challenges. You don't want to leave people who live in rural areas, in remote areas, the elderly, and particularly the youth. And we have in Africa a demographic dividend in that the majority of the population are young people. And according to our statistics, those aged between 15 and 24 within the UN jargon are called youth, and they are the most active online. And we have 2.6 billion people that still remain offline, and the majority of those, about 760 million, are from Africa. And I think there is great potential in embracing this technology, working with others. So to summarize, I think regulation is important. It is also important that we have already adopted as ITU 100 standards on artificial intelligence, and that is critical. We are working on another 120 standards that will look at the protocols, interoperability of networks and services, the application in health, in agriculture, in manufacturing. All those need protocols and standards for industry. So it is important, and it is important that, of course, we are a member-driven organization. We work jointly with our member states on the regulatory aspect, on the governance aspect, on the policy aspects, on the standards aspects, to make sure that we have a good application. And artificial intelligence serves humanity in the sense that it serves the people, it serves the planet, it also serves to deliver prosperity, particularly when you look across the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And we have calculated them, about 169 of our standards drive, actually, and the data components drive the Sustainable Development Goals and also artificial intelligence. So universality of technology, of access, affordability, and the meaningfulness of it is what is going to drive us and to make us a better community, a better global society, and better countries to deliver to the people on the message. I would like just to urge everyone to have an open mind and to see this more as an opportunity. If you are from a small island developing states with all the challenges of smallness, vulnerability to external shocks, vulnerability to sea rise, vulnerability to natural disasters, see the opportunities that come with artificial intelligence. And that is important. A continent huge as ours with huge land sizes, etc., would unlock a lot of value, particularly now when there is a marriage between artificial intelligence and space, which has become a huge thing. Low Earth orbit satellites, which are at our disposal. But I don't want to monopolize the discussion, but I think this is a very interesting topic whose time has come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is John Omo, the Secretary General of African Telecommunications Union. Again, older than the father, set up in 1977. The African Union was set up in 1999. But we are a specialized organization of the African Union in the area of ICTs. And I have a story to tell, which gives the backdrop about the political considerations in the development of standards of AI. But before I get to the story, the ecosystem that favors AI in Africa is what is worrying. Mauritius is always an outlier when it comes to statistics from Africa, sort of like Singapore in Asia. And so while you have over 100 broadband penetration here, we are talking of just about 27-30% in sub-Saharan Africa. While the energy penetration here is nearly 80%, especially for urban areas. In Africa, electricity penetration is 40%. While you have mobile phone penetration here, I think I saw statistics of nearly 160%. Broadband, mobile phone penetration in sub-Saharan Africa is just about 40%. And so when you think of the ecosystem that is conducive for AI in Africa, one gets to be worried. Of course, we have, as the director says, we have registered quite tremendous progress from where we were a couple of years ago in terms of connectivity. But our indices are still way, way below the world average. And so we need to work on infrastructure penetration in terms of ensuring that each and every one in our continent is connected. Director has talked of 5G, discontinuing 3G. There are places in Africa where 3G connection is unavailable. What you have is 2G in certain rural Africa. And so that's the challenge that we have. And we are working with the International Telecommunications Union, our mother organization, the African Union, and the membership to ensure that as much as possible we work on policies and systems that encourage much of our rural population to get onto the grid. Of course, you have issues of factors that hinder access, whether in terms of affordability of the gadgets or in terms of knowledge on the use of the gadgets themselves. Quite a number of our rural population are not quite skilled or knowledgeable in the use of. So there's quite a lot of foundational issues in the African continent to deal with. Now, a couple of years ago, I was involved as part of the African group in pushing the AI agenda through the International Telecommunications Union. And so at a conference in Dubai in 2018, the African group, which I lead, had a proposal in terms of proposing to the union that the union should be active in the development of AI standards and, of course, capacity building in Africa. And in one of the committees that I was involved in, a section of this planet came with a counter proposal. And the exact language of that proposal was that the International Telecommunications Union should not be involved in the development of AI standards and capacity building. Now, the political nuances of the development of whether standards or systems that apply to this system, of course, follow economic interests. Let's not delude ourselves. They will follow economic interests of whoever is developing the system, because standards is a way of pushing trade. And so if you use my standards, then you are trading in my goods and commodities. And so the irony is that at that time, a number of standards were being pushed in a number of UN or other organizations for that matter. Fast forward 2022, we went as the African group with a more or less similar proposal to the ITU Plenipotentiaries Conference in Bucharest, and it was accepted. Why? I'll leave it to you. But the point is that as the African group, we need to realize that there'll be no free lunch in this. There'll be no free lunch. The Honorable Minister from the UAE did indicate that we got to develop our homegrown solutions in terms of what is it that is suitable to Mauritius. Think of the SMEs in Mauritius. How do we develop these systems in a way that suits the Mauritian population, the Mauritian interest, and the ecosystem here? And so my plea is that skills development in Africa will still be an issue. And we need to harness, as the Honorable Minister said, the power of the youth in our midst to be skilled enough to understand and develop systems that are applicable to our needs. Secondly, of course, there's push and pull at the international level in terms of who is in charge of this. And the world has quite not agreed on who should be in charge. Of course, the UN Secretary General has a panel, which is a great thing as an umbrella organization. But I think we need to understand that the winner takes all attitude that has characterized the development of certain of our standards, because generally we are a net consumer of standards. We don't export a lot of high technology standards. And so the winner takes all attitude that characterizes the development of standards is flawed. And insofar as we may be consuming standards, the standards that are developed in other jurisdictions need to take care of our needs. Now, nobody will develop standards to take care of your needs. You have to insist that standards that are imported here in Mauritius take care of the Mauritius needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and hello everyone. My name is Juntiao Wang from China Academy of Industry and Information Technologies. And our institute is the think tank to our Ministry of Industry and Information Technologies. And actually, our institute is the leading think tank in China, especially in the area of artificial intelligence. And to emphasize the importance of artificial intelligence, our academy has just initiated a new research institute under CICT called AI Research Institute. So actually, my job is to facilitate all those kind of AI-related research. To summarize my work in just one sentence, which is a very challenging work, I think it is to identify problems. Because when we're talking about AI development or the AI governance, to identify the big problems is very difficult and important. So how can we identify all those problems? I think we need a lot of hard work. But the first thing is to know where we are. So we need to get a clear view of where we are, and then we need to know where the future is. We need a roadmap to the future so that we could identify the gap between the future and where we are now. So our job is to draw a picture of what we are doing now and draw a picture of what is in the future, and then identify the gaps between now and future. So that is just one sentence to describe our job. But I think this is a very tricky description because there really needs a lot of hard work on drawing those two pictures and identifying the gaps. So what we are trying to do now is we are trying to contribute and seeking cooperations, because all those gaps, all those problems are huge problems that needs multi-stakeholder cooperations. So our job is to identify the problems and call out for everybody who's capable of solving those problems together. We could figure this out. So, for example, we publish a lot of web papers because we want to gather as much intelligence as possible globally to identify the problems and provide our ways to solve those problems. For example, the paper we published in the year, I think maybe 2017, before the appearance of the large language models, we have already reached the consensus on the importance of the governance of AI, especially for generative AI. So the white paper is called Trustworthy AI White Paper. And actually, this is some initiated work that brought to the attention of the industry that AI governance is not just the work of the government, but also we need the contributions from the industry as well. We want to provide some guidelines for the industry to facilitate their work on the governance of AI. For example, we also contribute actively to the sensation activities. As Dr. Zabzawa and Mr. Join has already mentioned, sensation of artificial intelligence is a key work for nowadays. So I myself is also the rapporteur of ITUT Stagger 16, question 5, artificial intelligence-enabled multimedia applications. I'm very proud to announce that because in the year 2018, I created this question in the history of ITU with the first appearance of artificial intelligence in the name of this question. So for nowadays, my question has already published over 20 standardizations, and also we have 50 ongoing work items, all dealing with AI technical issues, AI application issues, requirements, framework, etc. So, and also our institute has been contributing actively to the open source activities because we know that standardization is one way and open source is another way. So we are active contributors to a lot of foundations such as Linux foundations, AI foundations, etc. And also we want to contribute our research, our development, our products and our services to the public communities as well to help everybody to get on board on the harnessing of artificial intelligence beneficials. And also to figure out where we are and what's in the future, I think the main outcomes of our job is policy support. We support our government with a lot of artificial intelligence developments and governments-related policies. And through all those kind of work, we could get a clear picture of what is going on in China and what will be the future. And also, last but not least, a very important work is international cooperations. I think that all the panelists here, we have some work related to all the panelists sitting here, for example, for G20. For the AI readiness, we have a close collaboration with UNESCO for the AI readiness, and for the ITU side, we have contributed actively to the AI for Good Summit. We have the standardization activities, and also we have some regional activities in ITUT as well. So I think that through all those kind of work, we need the alliance, not just in China, but we need to work together internationally. So that's why our one of our main job is to build an ecosystem, as mentioned previously from several panelists. The ecosystem is the key tools to help us to solve all those kind of problems. So that we have initiated a artificial intelligence industry alliances in China. Actually, more than 1,000 industries, domestic and internationally, has been actively participating in our artificial intelligence industry alliances. And also, we are actively seeking international collaborations using these kind of industry alliances because we know that AI is not just for government, it's not just for industry, it's for everybody. So that deep cooperation domestically and internationally is the key to solve all those gaps and problems that we are trying to identify now and maybe in the future. So that's a brief introduction of our work and our vision. Thank you.
Okay, so I noticed there are many convergence between different organizations, be it in terms of policy, be it in terms of goals, measures, and so on. Okay, I'm just looking at the time also, so I'm a bit mindful about the time. I'm going to move towards Dr. Zavazava. So ITU is doing a lot of work upon capacity building, but I just noted that it's not only ITU, it's also ATU, and others. Dr. Zavazava, can you please, maybe in 2 minutes, okay, highlight the kind of, you already talk about the AI for Good initiative, the standards and so on, okay? But maybe expand a bit more upon what ITU is trying to achieve in terms of capacity building. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I should also add the fact that we believe in working side by side with other UN agencies. So with UNESCO, for example, we co-chair an inter-UN agency which is looking at artificial intelligence, which is very important for us. Of course, in capacity building, we have different delivery mechanisms. We have the ITU Academy. If you go on the ITU Academy now, you will find there is a course on artificial intelligence. that we are running. We have got the digital transformation centers. We have also ITU Academy training centers that deliver programs. And of course, all emerging technologies are subjected to imparting of knowledge and skills. And institutional building is of high priority in various areas, from the technological point of view, the legal and policy, and particularly regulatory, because we have got the advantage of having all the regulators in the world, from the oldest FCC from the US to the youngest South Sudan, sitting together to come up with guidelines that will help all the countries in the world and the industry to prosper and to succeed. So in terms of capacity building, we are prioritizing that issue, and that falls within my mandate as the elected official dealing with the development sector. And we deliver on the message. We work with other entities, and we are, of course, fortunate that we have members of academia with us. We have our study groups that focus on how we can harness emerging technologies and make sure that we deliver and we support institutions and individuals, and also provide information to academic institutions so that young people can already benefit. And I should add that, of course, we also take into account marginalized groups. About a week ago, I was in the Philippines, where we were running our annual event on Girls in ICT Day, to make sure that we don't leave young girls and women out of the equation. But also we focus on people with disabilities, and that is of high priority. Everybody in society must be equipped with the skills. And one of the reasons why we have 2.6 billion people still offline, it is also to do with their inability to embrace the digital ecosystem. Knowledge is power, skills deficiency, and fear of the unknown. So we are working on this. And I should underline before I give up the microphone, cybersecurity is critical in order for people to have confidence in institutions. So it is important for artificial intelligence to thrive. We have to make sure that we build skills also in the realm of cybersecurity. And I was in Dubai about 2 weeks ago, where we ran the first physical global cybersecurity cyber drill. And we got awarded, in fact, from August last year until now, about 6 Guinness Book World Records for the drill, being able to bring almost the majority of the countries in the world to the table and embarking on a cyber drill and simulations, what happens when you are attacked. And that must have a dimension which looks not only at industry and institutions, but on individuals. Because we know during COVID that most of the women were left harassed online, and that translated into offline. So child online protection for us is very important. So to finalize, yes, it is important, and we believe that capacity building is the way to go, and we are there to deliver, working with others, because we cannot do it alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Zadada. I will catch you on the fly, and you just discussed about digital divide. So maybe I would now look at Professor Emma. You also talk about the global north, and the global south. So how do you think that global cooperation, revolving around AI, can impact this digital divide that we are talking?
Thank you. I think we are not doing enough in those terms. We speak of the wonderful work that the different UN bodies are doing, but in terms of coordinating the efforts, we don't see enough of that. And we also, at the UN advisory body, we speak of a global governance deficit. And the reason why, one has to ask, so how do you find the balance between international governance and national AI strategies and national AI policies. On the one hand, we say it's very important for countries to focus on what they need, on where they are, to find solutions for their own problems. On the other hand, we say we need international cooperation. How do we find that balance? And I think it is a balance, it's a question that we all have to take very seriously, because this technology is transboundary, and we are dealing with supranational tech companies. So saying that we have to have international governance also seems to be a little bit in, not contradiction, but in tension with the fact that the political world works is based on national sovereignty of states. So what we have to do is to make every national state as strong as it possibly can be in terms of its AI policy, and to find a way to coordinate among these policies. It is not about coming up with an international policy on AI. It is about coordinating, and it's about building on what is already there. It is also about finding ways to navigate geopolitical competition, which very often leads to, in some cases, irresponsible AI innovation, if you think of AI in the military domain. And this is an issue that is skirted and danced around, but this is a very, very important issue, and as you know, very important decisions were taken at UN level in December around this particular issue. So it is about coordinating. It is also about making sure that we have governance by all, for all. Everybody who has spoken about building the skill set, really important. Everybody who spoke about talking to housewives, talking to the elderly. So also, in a way, mobilizing civil society. I take my hat off to you, because that civil society is our secret weapon in terms of policy and governance. We need awareness of what this technology can bring, the benefits, but we also need awareness of how people should be safeguarding themselves and how they should be holding their governments accountable if they are not protecting them. So it is also for making sure that we harness this technology for public good. That should be the goal. It is important to have multi-stakeholder adaptive collaboration. It is important that we talk of promoting data governance and a data commons. We need to share data, talent, computing power. And we need to have interoperable policies. So what is important is that we find ways to meet each other, that we find ways to collaborate together and to coordinate so that we can, in the end, make sure that this technology, in fact, benefits all of us and the most vulnerable members of our populations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. As you can see, we have, passionate and knowledgeable panelists right now, and I think that we can be talking about AI development and AI policies and AI capacity building, AI infrastructure, for the whole day long. But we do have some kind of time constraints. So I would end the panel discussions here, and I would invite everyone who might have any kind of questions and any kind of query, maybe to join us during or talk with us afterwards, and we can take it up. But I think Mr. Omo wants to say something.
Yes, sorry for that lapse in it. If there was a time that governments need to be strong in terms of clear policy directions, it is now, especially for new technologies such as AI. In terms of capacity building, in terms of technical training, and showing the direction and leadership in terms of what, where, and how our countries should go about this. The time for governments to show leadership, strength, direction is now, especially in this area. The African Union has a strategy, has a statement, and a strategy is being developed on this particular issue. I think we need to rally as an African group behind the African Union and say what is in this for us as an African people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Omo. Yes?
Thank you. I just want to raise 3 issues quickly, which is important in the topic we're dealing with. When you look at AI, there are 3 issues. There's the economics on AI that deals with issues about productivity, job losses, and those issues are critical that have to be dealt with. The second issue is the militarization or weaponization of AI, and which carries most issues around ethics and the use of dominance. We have launched last week AI in military as a hub that is focusing on looking at this. And the last issue is around the issue of dominance, global dominance. The issues around developing countries versus developed countries, the issues around organizations that wants to accept the power of government and dominate the global agenda. So in that nutshell, those are the 3 issues I think we need to navigate around as countries and as bodies. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think this was a very productive session. Okay. And please join me and give a big hand to our esteemed panelists.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us take a moment to express our deepest appreciation to our panelists for their invaluable contributions. A special thanks also goes to Dr. Suraj Jadoo, Chairman of the Mauritius Emerging Technologies Council, for his adept moderation that enriched our discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now break for lunch, and we will get back in 30 minutes. Thank you.
1, 2, 1, 2. AC, AC. Test, 1, 2. AC, AC, 1, 2, 1, 2. AC, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. AC, 1, 2, 1, 2. AC, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, test. Si. Test, 1, 2, 1, 2. AC, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. AC, 1, 2. AC, testing, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. AC, 1, 2. allez. Testing, allez.
Ain't got no home, ain't got no shoes, ain't got no money, ain't got no class, ain't got no.
We will be forever walking on a wire. Feel your faith begin to shake. Suddenly remember it never held us anyway. All this time trapped in our own minds, we forgot we always could fly. It only takes the strength to try. Try.
searching all alone. Just tell me nothing's gonna change. Change when I'm gone. You and I were far too similar to be living separate lives. But when we're apart, there's a part of me that's not the only thing that I know for sure. 'Cause everything is changing. Nothing stays the same. I'm scared my heart is racing. It's just a silly game. 'Cause everything is I'm still trying to find my feet, find where I belong. And now that everything has changed, I'm feeling strong. These two towns are far too similar to be a million miles apart. 'Cause when I'm away, there's a part of me that stays, and that's the only thing that I know for sure. 'Cause everything is changing. Nothing stays the same. I'm scared my heart is racing. It's just a silly game. 'Cause everything is changing.
no love, ain't got no faith.
Test. Welcome back, everyone. Just waiting for our two other panelists before we begin. Welcome, Mr. Krish Kumani. Welcome back, everyone. We are just waiting for Mr. Capillary to join us, and then we'll begin. Hope lunch was good. We will need to catch up on time, so we won't rush this panel because it's an interesting panel. Ah, here he comes.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now let's move to our next panel of discussions, spearheaded by Mr. Vrigesh Futa, Executive Director of the Mauritius Emerging Technologies Council, METC. Today's focal point is Mauritius AI Landscape, discussing the vision of national technology leaders around AI. Our esteemed panelists are Mrs. Jenny Chan, President of the Outsourcing and Telecommunications Association of Mauritius, OTAM, Mr. Kapil Rissol, CEO of Mauritius Telecom, Mr. Krish Gumani, CEO of MTEL, and lastly, Mr. Trilok Debising, Director of IT at the Information and Communication Technologies Authority of Mauritius, ICTA. The floor is yours, Mr. Vrigesh.
Thank you, Shalini. Welcome back, everyone. I think I speak on behalf of the whole country when I say we were looking forward to this panel. I did my homework, I researched, I asked all the guys I knew in the IT industry if we ever had the CEO of Mauritius Telecom and MTEL sit on a panel. They're actually sitting on the same couch. No. Then this is a first. So before we even start, I would like to thank you both again for being here today. This shows a great commitment that you both have towards actually us as a country moving ahead. So thank you for being there. We also have Mrs. Jenny Chan, who is the president of OTAM, and she represents the whole industry, and I understand even Mauritius Telecom and MTEL are part of OTAM. So thank you, Jenny, for being with us today. And good friend Tredok from ICTA. I thought he would play a central role here, being the regulator in the telecom industry. So let's get started. We have some time to catch up, so we'll keep it conversational and we'll see how it flows. You have all the details. I'll start with you, Kapil. Could you describe how Mauritius Telecom today is involved with AI, and what is your, I would say not your vision, but how do you foresee it in the next 5 years?
Thank you, Vikesh. So just to let you know that Mauritius Telecom, it's a traditional telco. We are now on a transformation plan. We are moving from a telco to a tech company with a full digital transformation. So with this strategic vision, we have adopted AI as one of our strategy in our digital transformation. So I would say that at Mauritius Telecom, we have now a division which is called the Digital Factory and Innovation that constitute of around 60 software developers that we have hired from the University of Mauritius and around the world. And so this division is responsible of making development of application and using the AI to ensure that what we can offer as customer experience is something really enhanced. As you know, as a telco, we have so many devices connected with, we have around 1.1 million mobile base, 280,000 broadband customers, 200,000 TV clients, and we have also 380,000 fixed line. So looking at the whole customer base with the devices that they have, we have so many huge kind of data that we can gather and do analytics. So using the human to do that kind of analytic is beyond imagination. It's impossible. So that's why we have put in place an AI kind of system in our analytic, where we can produce kind of dashboard, and that helps us for decision making and also for designing product and solution for the client. So this is how we are transforming, and I would say that AI, we are now on Gen AI, in fact, because we use the LLM. We have a huge data lake where we have to make machine learning and try to understand the client behavior to predict kind of services that being offered to the client and how we can improve, and also in terms of proactive maintenance also. One example I can give you is we are very soon coming with an AI solution on our Wi-Fi, because today if you look at all the household, they have the fiber connection, but being given the house, they have the Wi-Fi connectivity, and as you know, the Mauritian houses are very huge. They have concrete wall, steel, and so the signal penetration is an issue. So with this kind of AI technology, we'll be able to understand the behavior of the Wi-Fi in the home and take proactive decision to correct kind of, I would say, the settings, so that the client, without they being aware, it will resolve the client experience. We have also developed an application called Telecom app, which is based on a digital app. So this app is given to all our clients so that they can use it and they can empower them for them to manage the services. So they can do complaint, and that complaint, it goes through a flow. It is so driven by kind of AI, where certain kind of analytic is done, troubleshooting. So if we can resolve it without any human intervention, so we are doing that kind of thing. Other than that, if it goes further, let's say where you need intervention from our technicians, then
then we on proceed to the technician. So this is the way we are transforming. Why we are putting AI? Because the limitation is, I would say, there's no boundary in terms of AI limitation. It can do a lot of things, but the fact that it's still a native kind of technology, we have to be careful on that, because sometimes doing machine learning on kind of LLM, it can sometimes give you incorrect information. So we need to have that collaboration between human and the AI. So this is what we are doing, and how do we see the future for the next 5 years? I think there will be a decision we have to take as a leader, what degree of penetration we can put AI in our organization, because that may impact on the human capital, because you have a trade-off. So whether you're going to keep the number of employees or using more AI, and as you know, Mauritius, it's a small country. We have a social obligation in terms of helping to grow the industry and also employing people here. So I think that's where we need to be very careful. How do we use the AI, and how do we balance in terms of human capital with the AI? So that will be a challenge for us in the next 5 years. And definitely, I would say AI is a plus for the industry, because it's going to help us to reduce our costs, improve our productivity, and enhance the customer experience. And just to end, I will just quote here a research by Goldman Sachs, where they have made certain research that found that Gen AI can contribute up to 7% growth in the global GDP and improve the productivity by 1.5% over the next 10 years. So this is something that we need to take into consideration, because that can be also helpful for us for a sustainable growth. But at the same time, as I mentioned, the challenge is the employment and also the cybersecurity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, this is incredible to hear how much thought and how much energy is being put into that. Well, jokes aside, for my friends working at Mauritius Telecom, I mean, think about 5 years and your career plan. That's a joke. But Krish, I'll ask you the same question from your side.
Thank you, Rigesh. Very happy to be here. I mean, as a technology company, we have been embracing AI for quite some time. We also value the benefits that AI provides to us as a company, as it provides to any organization in Mauritius. From our perspective, I'll just give you 4 broad guidelines, or 4 broad items, or 4 broad areas where we use AI. The first one is content generation, like many companies do. We use AI to generate content that we use for advertisements or also on social media posts. This helps us a lot, and it obviously allows us to gain on time to write things that can be generated by AI. On the second front, we use a lot of AI chatbots that facilitate the lives of our people at the call center. Rather than memorizing things and responding to customers, they use chatbots which source data from various sources in order to provide the appropriate response, or to say a more precise response to customers, and hence give them an adequate service. We also use AI for behavioral analytics, whether it is how our network is being used by customers, or what are the types of services people use more, so that we can devise our products and services in the future. And at the same time, also help us in our network planning. The third area where we use AI is on sentiment analysis. You know, people talk a lot on Facebook. I mean, they post a lot on Facebook. Basically, they post what they would like to say. People talk to us in call centers. So we do a lot of sentiment analysis to understand in what frame of mind people are against what post, or against anything that happens in the network. In the 5 years to come, like any other organization, we're going to adopt AI in each and every department in the organization. I mean, you go on Google, you just type AI for legal, AI for HR, AI for finance. You get a whole lot of use cases of where you can use AI. Because AI's primary benefit, or one of the main benefits of AI, is to reduce or minimize human intervention, there is no way any organization would say that in the next years to come they will not adopt AI. They will have to adopt AI one way or the other. We have already started using AI. AI is still nascent in Mauritius, as it is in many parts of the world, but there will be a lot more adoption in the 5 years to come, whether it is for the normal course of duties, technical or non-technical. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Krish. I think this builds up, after hearing you both, I think, Jenny, I will ask you then, from an industry perspective, when you hear about the ambition of Mauritius Telecom and MTEL with the use of AI, what are your thoughts? How do you see that impacting the outsourcing industry in the future? How do you see that evolution?
I'm very pleased to hear about how our two members of the association are already using AI. What I have to say is that as well, AI is not new in the sense that some enterprises in our association, which regroups many international companies as well, have been using AI, let's for the past decade or so, in the sense that they have been accompanying, they have been jointly developing some solutions using AI with obviously the counterparts in other countries, more developed countries, benefiting from the funding required, the investment required, as well as the expertise required to build solutions at that time. So we do have, within some enterprises, do have already solutions, for example, name it predictive analysis for insurance companies when it comes to managing risks and financial impact of major climate events, for example, and so on and so forth. However, for the majority of the companies in our sector, unfortunately, it's still, as you said, nascent. We have pockets of expertise within within our sector, but it's not widespread. A lot of our companies are experimenting with AI, and that's very good. And this needs to continue because, as you both rightly say, we have no choice. We have got to adopt AI and in a more widespread way, because we cannot be left behind, and to remain competitive and attractive, we have to use the potential of AI to increase productivity, efficiency, and so on and so forth. With the over the recent years, we've seen with the ChatGPT, and we've seen a tremendous thrust. Now, a lot of the advancement in the AI field is it's moving at a speed that's beyond our imagination, and a lot of models are coming up every day. So previously, for example, we used to say, how do we train up, how do we scale up, how do we skill up the sector to be able to develop expertise in AI? We would look a lot at machine learning. We already started a few years ago to train up people, our consultants operating the sector in machine learning. But today, with the models that are coming up, we're saying, maybe some of them don't need to go through the step of learning machine learning, but they can use the models to bring value to the businesses. So this is one thing, what I would say for the sector. We need more and more of these success stories, the real use cases that you're applying. We need sharing. We need collaboration to be able to move forward, to move the sector, to move the nation forward much faster in this field.
Thank you very much. I think we are all aligned here with the potential, the effort even, and the requirements coming from the industry. which then moves to Trilok. You know, one of our objectives when we designed this summit was for us at the METC to get inputs on policies, frameworks, guidelines for, around AIs for our country. Now, after hearing that, the ambition, the requirement, what would you say what is key for us to consider to include if we had to draft something around a policy on AI or guidelines or framework?
Thank you, Virgis. In fact, as a regulator, we have to follow what is happening in the industry from the operational perspective. But then we have some working principles. Right now, as far as the ICT is concerned, we are in a stock-taking phase, meaning that we are trying to benchmark with what is happening at the international level. Our starting premise is that regulation should not stifle innovation, right? This being said, just as the director of the ITU mentioned, this implies that we are operating on a technology-neutral basis. However, when it comes to AI, given the nature and the increasing power of AI system across all the sectors of the economy, I think we should adopt a rather different approach in terms of regulation. Now, one benchmark that we are trying to understand and we are trying to become familiar with is the EU AI Act. Not that because EU is favoring regulation over innovation. This is not the case. Principally because in the EU Act, they have a technology-neutral approach, right? So rather than trying to regulate the technology itself, right? They are adopting a different approach. They are trying to regulate the risk associated with the different AI systems. Meaning that the higher risk of an AI system will imply more strict regulation, right? But then, given the very pervasive and ubiquitous nature of AI, this is a technology that cuts across all the sectors of the economy. It's not restricted to the ICT sector, right? Meaning that it's not the mandate of the ICT regulator only to look into these kind of regulations. In other words, what I think is required as a starting premise is the enabling, overarching policy and regulatory framework, which will define who does what, because it cuts across the whole sector of the economy. One good benchmark we have in the local scene in terms of an overarching policy framework is the recent legislation on cybersecurity, right? This legislation makes provision for a governance structure with an overarching aim, saying that if you need to implement, we need to implement cybersecurity measures across all the sectors whereby operators are operating critical infrastructure. And it is the sector regulator within each sector which has the mandate to ensure that these measures, these cybersecurity measures, are being implemented according to the specificity of each sector. I believe that if we adopt this kind of approach, technology neutral, and with this overarching policy and regulatory framework, I think then we will move forward in a concrete manner. Because earlier I heard a lot of debate in terms of how do we go up. The minister said it. If we are going to regulate the technology, we are going to run behind each time. This is why this risk-based approach, I believe, will be one concrete step forward in the Mauritian landscape also. But of course, this is a preliminary discussion. We need to further discuss, brainstorm on that. But I believe as a regulator, working in the sector for over 20 years, that this would be a good approach.
Thank you, Trilok. It's interesting because there's, one of my very close friends is a lawyer, and he always says, regulations and then technology. Technology is always way ahead. So regulation always plays catch up. I'll try to inverse that a bit now. And your answer was spot on coming from a regulator perspective, but I'll also two gentlemen there, the innovators, the leaders, the ones that are pushing, introducing new services, always trying to find new ways of putting technology in the hands of Mauritians. What would you like to see in a policy surrounding AI, and what would you probably not want to see in a policy around AI?
Yeah, so if I keep coming to what are the challenges, so I would say looking at the adoption of AI, if you look at the ecosystem, so you have the population, so how do you educate the population to ensure that they are not abusing on AI? So that could be a policy that should come from the government. Now you have the adoption of the technology, where you need to ensure that you are meeting the cybersecurity control type, because the more you are getting into AI and digitalization, you are more prone to cybersecurity. So that should be another aspect that you have to look at it. And also, in terms of government policy, we have to look at the employment also. So what are the risks that may face in future with the adoption of AI? Because there could be a risk of employment. And I would say also in terms of technology, when you're using AI power, you're using a lot of computing power, so it's more energy consumption. So how do you address the energy issue? That will be another thing that you need to look at. How do you put more green energy into your system to avoid that excess energy that you're going to use? And lastly, I would say also your employees, you have to look at how do you reskill them, because when the AI is coming, they will be handling certain kind of tasks, like what we call the repeated process automation, which now you don't need people to do that. It can be done by AI. There are other kind of chatbot, all these things coming in. But then what do you do with the employees? So there will be a program of reskilling, what kind of job that these people will be handling. So those are the issues and challenges that I think should be fought carefully in terms of policies from government, from the regulator, and even from the employee perspective also, because we, as an employer, we need to be also caring for our people. So that would be the challenges I think I see forward. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Krish?
Thank you. I'd see it on three aspects. One is policy. The other one is guidelines or governance. And third is regulatory. On the policy, I believe it has to be top-down, obviously starting from the policymakers, government. A lot of collaboration between government, industry, academia, how we promulgate AI, how we create an awareness about AI, how we make people know that AI is not just ChatGPT, AI is not just requesting for a text or a paragraph or an email or a press conference or a speech. What are the benefits of AI? And also educate people that if there is AI for good, there's also AI for bad. We were talking about, getting people to do coding from the early days, which is a very good thing. But people code for good, but also people code for bad. So such an awareness on AI is important from a policy perspective. We should also know how we promote people who are engaged into good AI, giving grants, subsidies, maybe tax incentives. These are things that I would like to see from a policy perspective. From a guidelines perspective, I think it's important that we ensure that whatever we're doing with AI is ethical. It has to be fair and transparent, and it can only be bringing benefits. And from regulatory, I think Trilok has said a lot about regulatory, but there's one concern I have, or one thing we have to bear in mind. When we talk about regulation, we have to ensure we do not over-regulate. If you take an analogy between roads and AI, AI is a highway. It's not the A roads or B roads that we have been used to in many years ago. You cannot have a highway like AI and ask people to ride bicycles on it. This will not work. We have to regulate, but we have to make sure that we do not over-regulate, because this will kill innovation and will also kill enthusiasm in AI workforce. Thank you.
Thank you. Very valuable input. Considering the time we have, I mean, I have so many questions, but I probably won't be able to go through all of them. Starting with you, Jenny, any closing remarks? Like, what are your thoughts, simplest way? How do you see the evolution now? How do you see the industry? How do you see the country going forward? Like, what do you think about this whole, right now it's a hype. I mean, AI Summit, we probably would not have done that 3 years, 4 years ago. It's all because of the guy that launched ChatGPT on the 22nd of November 2020. I mean, yeah. So your thoughts around the way we are engaging now, all the conversation we're having, where do you see it going?
Well, first of all, I'm very pleased for this to have this AI Summit, like I say, one of its kind. And pleased as well to see all the hype that AI is creating on the island, because I think this is important. Like I was mentioning, you know, things are moving very, very, very fast out there. And what we need to see is more engagement and commitment from executives, from the various stakeholders. I know the government is already committed to move forward and exploit the potential for Mauritius, exploit potential in a sustainable and ethical way, as we mentioned, because AI, you know, as you said, you know, there could be good roads, bad roads. More importantly, we need as well to collaborate. I think, you know, like I was mentioning, there are several people, several organizations who have been experimenting with AI, but we don't necessarily know about these use cases. So this is a forum, and I'm glad to see these people where we can talk about it and see what each and every one of us are doing in this area. And also, I think for the country, we need to look at the main challenges that we have. One of them is obviously the lack of talent. So we need to look at how do we upskill, how we train and continue to train the workforce, because it's going to be an ongoing and lifelong learning along the road with AI. And as well, it needs to be looked at in a very strategic, national strategic way in terms of how do we plan forward. There is a lot of fear, I think, across the world, and probably here as well in Mauritius. A lot of fear about AI. The latest AI index published that increasingly more people are afraid of are very nervous, let's say, of what's coming up in AI. And nervous or not nervous, it's going to come, and it's going to come our way. So we need to be prepared, and we need to work together, and we need to prepare the workforce for the next years. I think it was Elon Musk who said, you know, by 2029, you know, the AI will have more intelligence than all human beings, you know, all human beings. So I don't know whether that's going to happen or not, but I think we need to be ready as a nation, and we need to work together to plan ahead and to be able to remain, you know, competitive, resilient, and to survive even.
Thank you very much. Trilok?
Just one quick word on the policy question you asked previously, and then my final thoughts. This morning I heard one very important point that was raised, I think, in the first panel, that in order to come up with a correct policy framework, we need to agree on the definition of AI, right? From my own perspective, when you talk of AI, it's an evolving technology that emulates human intelligence and the capability to solve problems, right? This being said, the main objective of any policy framework that you need to put in place, I believe, should be to enable people to use AI confidently. How do we achieve this? Is by making the AI system trustworthy. Therefore, when you are going to come up with your policy framework, I believe that along with the opportunities that are inherent to AI, you should also take into consideration the concerns accompanying AI. One good example is in the UK. I've seen that in the UK, the government came up with a policy which is a pro-innovative policy with regard to AI. And this policy rests upon some fundamental principles that need to be adhered to so that you can ensure that people are using AI confidently, right? And these principles are in terms of safety, security, governance, accountability, and lastly, about contestability and redress. On this score, what I say that if somebody uses AI and feels negatively impacted by AI, he should have the possibility to ask for redress, right? So your framework should take along all the opportunities, but should rest upon some solid principles, right? And these principles, depending on how we are applying AI in the different sectors, they will have different meanings. So on this policy framework, I believe this is the way we need to follow. Now, my final thought in terms of how do we move forward, I think this is a very laudable initiative today. We have the opportunity to talk about AI, but this is a prelude to the ongoing discussion that we need to have, right? And this needs to be formalized through some kind of a collaborative platform similar to the ITU, right? Which gives everybody, all the stakeholders, opportunity to discuss about AI. But my personal thought is that concentrating on AI only is not the way forward. We should take it a more holistic approach, meaning that in terms of emerging technologies, we're talking of IoTs, blockchain, AI, cloud computing. All these are related because in some way or other, we're talking about data. IoT generates data. Cloud computing stores and processes data. Big data derives from data mining. AI learns from this data. And blockchains, what does blockchain do is to store this data in a very secure manner on distributed network. So just as the technology itself is interconnected, in our collaborative platform that will ensure that we have ongoing debates on this matter, we have to talk about emerging technology as a whole, I believe.
Thank you very much. Very insightful indeed.
Yeah, I just want to add one area which I think this morning one of my colleagues here mentioned about the education. I think this is an area we have to be very careful because the curriculum today, so people using the AI to do the homework or the work and the way the studies will go on. So there's a big reflection to be carried out that day also, because then this will be the future work, people that we're going to work, so the level that they will be coming out of. So we have to be very careful on the curriculum at the educational level also. I think this is an area we need to also to focus, because it will be the future people that we will be using to work, and they need to have that level of competency.
It's interesting because a friend of mine yesterday told me, be careful, we might have a ChatGPT generation soon. So that's probably what you're referring to right now. But again, Kapil, any final thought on today, on everything going forward? Just a closing remark.
Yeah, I would say that as Chris mentioned, and even the other members of the panel, AI is there. If you can use it correctly, you can make a lot of advantages of it in terms of industry. But if you use it incorrectly, that's not good. So that's where we need to be well prepared. How do we use AI? What degree of adoption we're going to use on AI? And we have to prepare the future now, how AI is going to live in our lifestyle. So we have to get prepared for it. We have to maybe do kind of projection, try to prepare for it, because we don't just wait. When you reach there, then you say you will cross the bridge. No, we have to make proper planning, proper policies, training, education. So that's all that we have in our hand that we can start thinking about to adopt AI in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. AI adoption is inevitable. You do whatever you want, AI will come. But AI can only come if there's collaboration between institutions, authorities, and industry players. And for that, we need a good policy, we need good guidelines, and certainly, as Trilok said, a good and moderate regulation. We all know what the benefits of AI are. It is enhanced productivity. It is enhanced performance. It is better customer service. It is quicker access to information. It is eliminating human intervention as far as possible. There's a lot of good in AI. This is what we need to focus on, but we also need to have the yardsticks to ensure that we make sure AI is not destructive. AI is going to be disruptive, but it should not be destructive. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to our panelists today. Thank you, everyone. That's it on my side.
Ladies and gentlemen, a heartfelt thank you to Mr. Vrigesh Futa for his skillful moderation and to all the esteemed panelists for their invaluable contributions who provided a fascinating glimpse into the future technology in Mauritius. It's truly inspiring to witness such visionary leadership paving the way for ethical and sustainable advancement in AI. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's warmly welcome Professor Emma Roodkamp-Bloem, a leading authority in AI ethics and chair of UNESCO's World Commission on the Ethics of Scientific Knowledge and Technology, as our next speaker.
Good afternoon. I have to navigate the clicker and the microphone, but females can do many things at once. Here is my chance to show it. So I first want to say again thank you for the opportunity to speak to this wonderful, at this wonderful event and to this wonderful audience. I really think, coming from South Africa, we have a lot to learn from Mauritius. I hold Mauritius in high regard for many reasons, and it's not just the wonderful beaches. But turning to the talk, first something about the title of the talk, Ethical AI for Sustainable Futures. So I want to say something about what sustainability means when we think about governance and ethics. You know, all the talk about regulation killing innovation. Something that we have to be very careful about is to learn to know when there is hype speaking, big tech speaking, using the fear of missing out and the competition to get us to do certain things and to buy into its technology. And when there is a time, you know, when people are saying something that is in fact sensible. The only kind of AI technology that is sustainable is responsibly regulated ethical AI. Regulation is an enabler of innovation. If we don't tell our children that what ChatGPT generates is not in fact knowledge, but if they don't understand how the outcomes of their prompts are generated and that they still have to curate it, then that kind of technology's use in education is not sustainable. So we don't have time to waste, especially Africa doesn't have time to waste. So we have to take a lot of care when we think about sustainable AI technology. Forget about the responsible, forget about the ethical, think about the sustainability. And then the use of the word futures. I'm astounded very often, over and over again, that in these kinds of contexts, when we think of the 167 sets of guidelines that Algorithm Watch has identified, in none of those sets of guidelines is intergenerational justice a value or even mentioned as a principle. When we talk about climate change and we talk about climate change technology, we take it for granted that the youth has something to say and that they have a right to say something. But when it comes to AI technology, where are the Greta Thunbergs? Where are the young people standing up and saying, this technology is changing my life, it's changing my world, it's changing the world in which my children will grow up. And I need guidance on how to navigate this world that is being co-created by humans and technology. They have a right to ask that question, and they have the right to ask us to give them the skills to navigate that world. And we have to ask ourselves if we are doing that, especially, again, in Africa, because we have such a low median age. Okay, maybe a little bit about the talk. Just to remind you what AI is, and it's necessary for me to do this so that you can understand the kinds of concerns that I will be talking about. So data-driven AI can leverage massive amounts of data, obviously in ways that humans can't do, to generate predictions that impact us directly in our world. So machine learning is one type of AI method. AI is not machine learning is AI. That develops outcomes through models that can learn from data patterns on the basis of which then predictions are generated. Learning refers to an algorithm's ability to update weights in a statistical calculation in order to optimize for predictions. When we use words like intelligence, the quote from Elon Musk in the previous panel, when we use words like knowledge, we have to think hard, which doesn't mean that we should not engage with the technology or anything like that. We just should be very clear on what it is that we are talking about. Right. There are lots of benefits from AI. We talk about it as if everybody is aware of that. And I think everybody is aware of that. But it is fantastic. It is the most wonderful technology that humans have created. And it's beautiful mathematics. And it can ensure food security. It connects the world. It can improve risk management, although it needs its own risk management. It can mitigate the impacts of climate change and many other things. It is a very powerful technology. And we should engage with it. But that's the good. There's also, as many people have pointed out, the bad. And there are concerns around human control, human agency, the quality of human interaction, compromising the quality and integrity of information. This is the year of elections. South Africa has its election at the end of this month, its national election. And we very much are feeling the impact of misinformation in our country. And then there are also specific harms, and I just want to highlight this a little bit. And these three harms are really important. Representation harm has to do with the amplification of stereotyping, and obviously then with exclusion, with discrimination. This is something that the African continent know a lot about. We have to take care that we do not fall into the trap of using data sets without thinking what kind of data it is that we are using to generate certain outcomes. Because this kind of representation harm directly leads to allocation harm. It leads to certain groups not having access to certain public resources, simply by virtue of belonging to a particular group or not existing as a data point on a data set. So that also speaks, again, to infrastructure and making sure that everybody is connected, but with protection. Then there's also the threat to the integrity of human values. And this is something that we can talk about a lot, and I hope that you will ask me at dinner about this, because I have to move on. Then there's the ugly. So we had the good, the bad, and here's the ugly. So we have to become aware that there is potential of some of these AI technologies to threaten fundamental freedoms. AI technology controls the outcomes related to who we become, what we can or may do, what people believe, what people can achieve, and how people can interact with the world. And to describe the outcome of all of this, and this basically means everything what it means to be human, to take it all together, the three most imminent dangers from AI technology are manipulation, misinformation, and discrimination, and widening of the inequality gap. And again, if we don't take care about the hype, about listening and following the hype, the inequality gap will certainly widen and not narrow. So, one just disclaimer, I've been asked to say something about this. There is this tension between ethics and human rights. When we negotiated the UNESCO recommendation with member states, there were huge discussions around, but we have human rights laws, standards, and principles. Why do we need ethics? What is ethics doing here? It's just coming to meddle with stuff that is already in place. AI ethics is an enabler of AI governance. It's an enabler of international law. It's not in competition. It is an integral consideration of what we need to give citizens in order for them to live lives of value. So it ensures that human rights are not violated. And it places duties on all AI actors, the designers, the researchers first, the designers, the developers, the deployers, the users, and even those involved in end of use. And these AI actors are not always only governments. They are also private companies, like the companies that we just saw represented on the stage. Everybody has a responsibility to take up their duties to ensure that the society in which they live can flourish with AI technology. Ethics has its ear to the ground. It ensures that society is such that humans can live these kinds of authentic, dignified lives. It provides a strategy to unpack and exploit the social value of technologies, and it provides a solution for risk management, and also allows us to anticipate and avoid mistakes and points to harm. So why do we need global regulation? I think we've said a lot about this already. AI technologies threaten harm to the very core of what it means to be human if we don't take care, but there are aspects of being human that, maybe need some enhancement and some change. But we should be aware that it has this kind of impact. And then the supranatural status of big tech companies and the transboundary nature of this technology means that we need some kind of global effort to ensure that all vulnerable groups are equally protected across the world. The widening of inequality will impact negatively on everyone. In the end, as I've said already, it is a collective harm that we have to withstand. And then the exclusion of low and middle income countries, up to very recently, in international conversations around AI technology and AI governance, is something that is still problematic. It is being addressed. But it is something that we also have to stand up for. We also have to make sure that we are included. And when we are included, we should know what it is that we want for our countries and for our region. We should not just simply say what the North is saying. So in response to this, the recommendation, the UNESCO recommendation, was built on recognition of mutual human bondedness, interconnectedness of all humans with each other, and of humans with the environment and ecosystems. And this is really the case, because this is the kind of bondedness that we need in order to address the potential harm that comes from this technology. So I've already said a lot about the UNESCO recommendation, and it was adopted in 2021 by 193 member states, and subsequently also by the United States when they rejoined UNESCO. Goodness, now I have to move to the other side, because I don't want to stand in front of you. Okay, so the aims of the recommendation is to work for the good of humanity, obviously, and it very much not only to have another set of values and principles. It's very important for everybody who worked on the recommendation to make sure that there is guidance in terms of practical realization. And this was also a kind of first in terms of AI regulation. And then to make sure that all stakeholders can take shared responsibility based on global and intercultural dialogue. We have to take shared responsibility. So the values that were identified in the UNESCO recommendation, obviously in terms of human rights and fundamental freedoms and human dignity, the first time a focus on the environment and ecosystem flourishing. And yes, this technology poses harm to the environment in various ways, and we have to start flagging this much more than we are. Ensuring diversity and inclusiveness, and then living in peaceful, just, and interconnected society. So this notion of interconnectedness was very, very strong, is very, very strong in the recommendation. And these principles are then kind of concretized versions of the values. So we have principles that speak to human rights, such as the right to privacy and data protection, transparency and explainability. You have the right to know if a system, an AI system, has taken a decision about your life, and to kind of understand, have some kind of understanding of how that happened. And then also in terms of governance, multi-stakeholder and adaptive governance and collaboration, but also very much a focus on fairness, non-discrimination, and then awareness and literacy. People need to know what this technology is because it is coming. It's not coming, it's here. But we have a responsibility to ensure that everybody understands how this technology works and what it can do, how to tap into its benefits, how to make sure that it enhances and it doesn't in some way harm. So when we then had to start thinking about how to actionalize these values and principles, it's difficult because you have to be concrete enough to make an impact, and then people can actually follow what you mean. You have to be firm but open enough to ensure adherence, because if you push down laws from the top onto people who did not have a part in coming up with the regulation, adherence becomes a problem. Supple enough to have validity in the future, very tall order. AI moves faster than the speed of light. And then we had to find a way to set out the duties that governments have to ensure that their citizens can flourish in tandem with AI technology. So we identified 11 areas of policy action, and we set out policy recommendations or policy actions in each of these areas. So this is one of the longest recommendation documents in UNESCO's history for this reason. Then in terms of instruments for evaluation and monitoring, this is also, usually this is a very small part in UNESCO recommendations. But in this case, this is where the most value is almost. Because already there is an ethical impact assessment tool developed, and there's the readiness assessment methodology, and I'm going to say a few words about that in a minute because it's really important. Already around 20 African states have engaged with their own readiness assessment methodologies. And I will give I'll say a few words about that. And then also, UNESCO has established AI Ethics Experts Without Borders body, which will speak to evaluating ex ante and ex post the effectiveness and efficiency of policies for AI ethics, research and evidence-based analysis of reporting on policies, and sharing best practices and mutual learning. And then, of course, UNESCO is giving ongoing support to the African Union in terms of the development of a continental strategy on AI. So I just want to say a few things about the UNESCO Readiness Assessment methodology because it is very important in this context of this first AI Summit in Mauritius, and Mauritius being the first African state to have formulated an AI strategy in 2018 already. So what was important was that UNESCO recognized or recognize from the start that different countries will be at different stages of readiness, and that the place where one finds oneself on this trajectory can change. So it is a dynamic status, and it depends on various dimensions: scientific, technological, economic, educational, and all the rest. So it isn't something, you can't say, we are ready for AI, bring it on. There's a very, very, very complex and dynamic situation, also because of how fast the technology evolves. And these are some of the general questions in the readiness assessment methodology, and just read this and think for yourself how you would respond in terms of your own country if you are not from Mauritius. Does your government currently have plans to implement the UNESCO recommendation? Has your government done any prioritization regarding the specific sectors that would benefit from government intervention regarding AI? Does your government inform the public when they are subjected to the use of AI systems? Which ministries are responsible for AI governance? Overall, what are the most important challenges when you think of AI governance? And I must say, if you work through the whole document, and it's not a short document, Brigesh can attest to this. It is a very long and complex document, but it makes you think very hard about what you need in order to ensure that you are developing sustainable AI technology in your region. And these are the dimensions that the RAM focus on. So in Mauritius, these are the entities that have been involved in working on the readiness assessment methodology for Mauritius. And there is was an undertaking from the start to review the 2018 National AI Strategy, because the world has changed, and because the technology has changed, and because Mauritius has changed. And then also a more deliberate integration of ethical guidelines. So if one would think of potential recommendations to any country who would engage in this kind of readiness assessment, I would say that one has to at least have three kinds of considerations. Strategic considerations are really important. So you need to have AI strategic leadership. You need leaders who also understand something about the technology. You need to identify the sectors in your particular country, in your particular region, that could benefit the most and that are the most AI ready at this stage. You cannot have a focus on all the different sectors at once. So one has to start at some point and then build further. And obviously investment here is really important. International investment from the big five, but always with the country being in control. And here collaboration is really, really important. So we need investment, we need to invest in each other's technologies, also on this continent, on the African continent. But we have to make sure that we understand the terms and conditions of the investments. And obviously there has to be focus on governance. Education considerations, there is a lack of skill set. I don't want to say a lack of talent. We have talent in Africa. There is a lack of the necessary skills. And the necessary skills here, I agree 100% with everybody who has said and who is proud, and we are also doing it in South Africa, but not across all schools, to introduce coding to primary schools. But if coding is introduced in a vacuum, without telling children what the power is of the technology that they are engaging with and how it can change the world that they live in, we are taking chances. So we do need STEM discipline education, but we also need some investment in the humanities. We need people who can help analyze what this technology is doing to society and how it is changing our world and how we are supposed to cope with this. University-industry collaboration, I cannot stress that enough for obvious reasons. Finding different funding mechanisms, and we've heard many examples, and then public awareness, and we've said a lot about this already, but it is important. Civil society, in the end, are the ones that use this technology the most. Just think in terms of social media, think in terms of generative AI. we need, it's unethical not to make the public aware of their rights when they engage with this technology. And then technology considerations. We have to build an AI research culture on the African continent. We have to promote it. And then we have to promote quality data. And we have to stop giving away our data to tech companies from the north. It's our treasure. And we have a lot of it, and we should guard it. So against that background, here are all the recent movements in terms of international governance. So the world is alive and aware that some kind of regulation is needed. And here I must echo, you know, we can say a lot about the EU AI Act, but it is not the technology that should be regulated. It is the risks and the harms. Risks have to do with safety, harms have to do with society. And it is also the humans that research and design and develop and deploy and use this technology that have to be governed. But this is just to show you how important this is on a global scale. But then again, if we talk, second last slide, I'm almost done, the national readiness versus the global focus. I think this is really important to stress. So there is an urgent need for everybody to understand and contextualize AI technology to address particular issues for individuals in particular countries. So we have to set up the right mechanisms and decide on the right balances for a particular region. And we have to invest in capacity building for effective uptake and development and design and development of this technology with homegrown solutions by local talent. African AI for African problems, generating African solutions. And this is not just empty words. If we take the applications from the north, it will not solve our problems for many reasons. So we mustn't set up AI strategies and policy frameworks that will ensure that we remain mere consumers of technologies that are developed elsewhere. We can develop our own technologies. And yes, we don't have everything that we need to do that, and that's why we have to collaborate. Otherwise, we will just have less agency in international conversations. We will always be standing with our hands out where it's absolutely not needed, and it will make for a bigger divide. So if we think in terms of Mauritius specifically then, the 4 core elements to sustainable AI technology: talent, data, computing power, governance. And yes, a small country such as Mauritius might not have the computing power that the United States has and might never have it. But again, that's why we have to collaborate. That's why we have to speak to each other. That's why we have to share best practices. And that's why we mustn't fall into the trap of the geopolitical competition that's going on. We have to stand together to help each other also in terms of data. We have to keep our data for ourselves, and we have to collaborate, and we have to share. And already there was examples of the UAE having their open source large language model. So we have to take certain decisions. Do we want to be users or designers of this technology, or both? Do we want to be owners of our own data, or always users of external applications? So we give our data away to other regions of the world. Do we want to safeguard our own vulnerable groups, or do we want to transfer external solutions to our own countries, which might not work? And then the readiness assessment methodology is the first step, and then building on existing strategies. And there is so much already in place in Mauritius in terms of industry and in terms of governance of AI. So I thank you for having been able to share a few thoughts with you. Thank you very much.
very much for your insightful presentation, Professor Bloem. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, we are poised for an insightful conversation with Dr. Cosma Zava, Director of the Telecommunication Development Bureau at the International Telecommunication Union. He will shed light on the next topic, which is a regional perspective implication of AI for Africa. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Cosma Zava on stage, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we will move with our next session on the agenda, which explores the profound implications of AI in the leadership sector by the esteemed Mr. Peter Sondergaard, acclaimed for his transformative leadership at Gartner and as a founder of the Sondergaard Group. Mr. Sondergaard will enlighten us on the critical importance of AI for business leaders in his address by sharing insights into the transformative role of AI in shaping leadership strategies and practices. It's a pleasure to welcome you, Mr. Sondergaard, on stage. We look forward for your enlightening presentation.
Yes. Perfect. See, this is what's called agility. You never know when you have to end up on stage. So if I just can get the clicker, I will start off with a few slides and a slightly different perspective of things than we may have heard, because I would like to take the perspective of what do we do in organizations. Each of you sit in an organization and you have responsibilities to execute, to do something. Now, we have spent a lot of time talking at the national level. We have talked a lot about policy, but let's focus now on what do we do in organizations. And before I jump into this, I will, see, does this work? Is it not on? There we go. Before we go into this, I want to leave you, start off with 3 quotes or 3 statements that I actually believe will encapsulate everything that I will talk about. First is, I think it's important that we all understand, and I think you do, that data is the oil of the 21st century. But without something to actually turn that data into value, we have nothing, so we need artificial intelligence to turn the data that we have into value. The second statement is that we need to always ask ourselves the question, when we hear about everything that we need to do, who's going to pay? Where's the money going to come from? And one fundamental difference with artificial intelligence compared to other technologies is that every budget in an organization is partially an AI budget. Because you all know we talk about productivity being a value of artificial intelligence. We talk about artificial intelligence helping grow revenue of an organization or a country. And ultimately, therefore, the budget is, in fact, partially an AI budget, the budget that you own. And then the last but not least, I believe we are very rapidly moving to the stage in which every human decision will at minimum be AI supported. And so it is with that background that I want to jump into 3 topics or 3 segments of this presentation that I will have to do rapidly for all of you. First, let's talk a little bit about Where are things going? What is our North Star? Which is really complicated because this is a highly fast-evolving technology. The second thing we then need to talk about is what are the most important issues for an organization, for a CEO, a board member, or a senior executive in a company to focus on. And then last, I'll focus on two recommendations of, well, what do we do next? Because you're going to leave this conference and then you're going to say, okay, well, what do I do? And I have two recommendations for you. So let's start off with the first one, which is, where is this moving? First, let's not forget, the term artificial intelligence was coined in 1951. This is not new. Neural networks, the first neural network was introduced, I believe, in 1956. So this is a natural evolution of a technology that is, in fact, or an area that is very old. Now, I think we'll see a couple of interesting things happen over the next few years in every organization. First, there's no doubt that we move from large language models that spew out information into a world of dedicated large language environments that will proliferate across vertical industries, across countries, across functional segments in organizations, which is why the pharmaceutical industry is talking about large language models dedicated for the pharmaceutical industry. The financial services industry is talking about the same thing, which is why countries are starting to talk about national large language models that represent the culture and the data and the information that resides in a particular country, such as what Emma talked about earlier. Ultimately, we move to a world in which there will be so many large language models as part of our architecture that they will be everywhere. But large language models is not everything that's AI. There are multiple other approaches. And the second area is certainly what we have been dabbling with for the last 15 years, which when I started talking about this back in 2011, I called the algorithmic economy. And that is predictive AI, which is a set of algorithms that dominate what it is we do in organizations. And many of you have them in place now. Many of you will evolve into a world in which you will have a lot of them, and ultimately they will encapsulate everything that is your software environment. And so this is where I often stop up and say, so we talk about regulation of AI, and may I also say, we talk about, for example, that the EU AI Act is about risk, and that therefore it has nothing to do with managing the technology. But ultimately, you need to know where every algorithm is in your organization. Because the difference with AI and other technologies is it's not an asset we're managing and the asset doesn't change. A particular AI model may go from non-risk per the EU AI Act to high risk according to the EU AI Act because it never stops evolving. And so what happens in our architecture is that every piece of software we buy is AI enabled. And that our architecture long-term is going to be an AI-first architecture that defines what your organization, your company is. That's where we're moving. Now, what do we then do? I think that there are 5 things we do. And I want to illustrate this and start off by saying that in order to support these statements of the 5 things that are important, I used AI. I had a number of people go out and interview senior executives from over 300 companies. I will admit, it was primarily Western Europe and North America, okay? So full transparency in terms of the data set. But as opposed to the old days when you will issue a survey, I had people go out with 5 questions and verbally record or the interview with the executive. So some interviews were short, very specific to the point. Others, people were allowed to talk. Then using artificial intelligence, you load it into a spreadsheet. You have ChatGPT-4 analyze the data set, and out of it comes things like this. Because you can use sentiment analysis, you can use analysis of what actually people are inferring to, and that is what leads me to say there are 5 things in your organization that you need to address immediately as a senior executive. 1 is explainability, 2 is data, 3 is culture, 4 is where the heck is the money, and 5th, but not least, as we've talked about, talent. When you ask executives, those are the 5 things that they want to focus on. And so 5 slides will follow now. Each of these slides have an enormous amount of information on, and they do because I would like for you, when you leave here, to be able to go back and say, what did I actually say? Because you all know that you're going to forget 80% of what I said the instant you go out the door. And tomorrow, you'll probably only remember 1 interesting thing from the whole day. Okay? So the first thing that we will talk about is, therefore, risk. And what do we do with risk? Because there's no doubt that risk is not just the technology in of itself. If you ask executives, there are risks around budget limitations. There are risks around dependence on solution providers, which has been talked about a lot here. So risk is very broad. Most often, organizations are pretty aware of the risk. So if you do a maturity assessment, about half of organizations are probably mid in terms of awareness around AI risk. But what do we do with all of this? Well, first, I'd recommend you need an AI risk framework in your organization. The second thing you need to do is you actually need to include an assessment of AI risk within all of the external providers that you use, because the risk is not just a question of what you do in your company, it's what's coming into your company. And third, you're going to have to actually start to talk about what you do with AI. We heard from the 2 telecommunication providers that actually talked about what they do. But the question is, what do you tell your customer? What do you tell the citizen in the government agency that you're responsible for concerning your approach to artificial intelligence? Also, what do you tell your employees? Because employees is going to read that they will lose their jobs. That is not necessarily the case, so therefore we need to talk to them about what that is. So risk is important. The second thing is, the world has suddenly opened up from a data perspective to something completely new that we couldn't address very well just 5 years ago, and that is unstructured data. Unstructured data are legal documents, for example, contracts. It is descriptions of what you do. It is conversations that are recorded. It is videos that are recorded. And the world is now opened up so that we don't have to put all of it into structured data before compute systems can do something about it. This is massive, because it means that you now have an opportunity, if you manage these data capabilities correctly, if you understand how the use cases will appear in your organization, and if you develop internal competencies, you're going to be able to do things that you were not able to do 5 years ago. That means we have to make data pivotal to what we do, which is why I say data is the oil of the 21st century. Artificial intelligence is the combustion engine. Third, our culture. And that has been part of conversation all morning, because what happens to your culture? Now, I am not a culture expert, okay? But I do kind of know that culture comprises of at least 3 different things. It's the values that we have. And values, I'm not just talking now national values, that is values in your organization. What does your organization stand for? What does it want to stand for? And how is artificial intelligence going to impact that over the next few years? The second thing is processes. If we have truly virtual organizations that are defined as digital twin organizations in which I can replicate everything the organization does in software and test out, for example, an organizational change or a process change before I actually execute it, that means that artificial intelligence is going to change the way we view practices. And then the mindset of all of us has changed the last 5 years because of the conversation around artificial intelligence. So this is one of many areas where artificial intelligence is not the responsibility of one person or one organization in your company or in your government agency. For example, head of HR has a very significant responsibility now to understand what is going to happen to the culture of the organization going forward. And that is just one of many different executives that are going to be impacted by this. Then the question about budget. I believe first that let's assume every budget is an AI budget, because we're not going to get extra money to do things. There is only a certain amount of money in society, and there's only a certain amount of money or budget that governs your organization. So when we work on this over the next couple of years, the money is going to have to come from other parts. And because this is transformational from a business perspective, let's assume that what we need to do is we need to allow executives to clearly understand that their budget is an AI budget. Because the reasons for adoption are pure reasons that a CFO would understand. And the CFO, the chief financial officer of an organization, is going to say, okay, these are the use case outcomes that I want. Where's the money going to come from? It's likely going to come from the budget that every leader has. That's what transformation is about. But I encourage you to think about how will you fund this transformation? And then the next, there we go. Then we get to the last point here, which is competencies. And we've talked a lot about education, but I think the first thing that's important to understand is that of all those organizations that we surveyed, if you then try to rank them on the maturity with regards to artificial intelligence, most of them are not very mature. And I think that goes for people here. So this is, as I said, European, North America data, and you can see people are not that mature. So what needs to happen from a maturity perspective is we need to appreciate that artificial intelligence introduces a plethora of new roles for your organization. These are the ones mentioned here: AI developer, prompt engineer, data analyst, product manager, data engineer, data architect. These are a large number of new roles that will appear in your organization over the next couple of years if they not already have. And that's one part of developing the talent. The other part of developing talent is that the change is so rapid, so we are going to have to also make sure that there is education training of people that already now work in your organization. Because the biggest group of people impacted by artificial intelligence is white-collar workers. And everywhere in the world, you are all white-collar workers. Everywhere in the world, we've been used to the fact that technology change impacted blue-collar workers. This is now another change that impacts white-collar workers, which means we need to strengthen the things that we may have forgot a bit, like, for example, critical thinking. Because if we can get output from these models, we need a better way of being able to interpret, but is that right? And that means we need to learn critical thinking. There's a large number of skill sets that become important as a response to this change that will happen over the next couple of years. So 2 things that I will end off with that I believe you should do now. In fact, you're here tomorrow, so I'll give you tomorrow off. But Friday and this weekend, you have to work on this. Okay? So the first thing you have to do is you have to implement a program in your organization to thoughtfully, methodically, and certainly with financial view, track use cases that are relevant to your organization. Because if you don't, it will be the person that yells the loudest in your company or in your organization that may get the AI project. And that may not be the right place to start. And so tracking use cases is about, in this simple aspect, looking at and scoring, that could be scoring from 1 to 5, the value that a particular use case, in this case, price optimization. So price optimization models, this is one. Territory optimization for a sales organization, or visual inspection optimization algorithms that allow you to faster inspect things, for example, in a production environment. Those are all use cases, and there are thousands. You need some way of tracking what it is you can do, and therefore then deciding what it is you do as a result of this change. So a use case tracking mechanism. The next thing is, we spent all morning talking about regulation. But we spend no time, and we've also spent all morning talking about strategy, the vision of this. One thing that organizations is good at is talk strategy. One thing organizations are bad at is execution of strategy. We are horrible, and in fact, 80% of strategies fail because we don't focus on the execution. So when you go back on Friday to the office, you have to focus on who is it that should be accountable? How do you govern this practically? And you have to, let me give you an example here, think seriously about where you place the responsibility. Should you, for example, have a chief AI officer in your organization? That is something that's starting to appear. People say, I need a person that can help with the transformation. My view is, yes, but it's not a permanent position. You need somebody that helps with the transformation, but you have to place responsibility for this across all of the different parts of your organization, because artificial intelligence is running across each functional unit, whether it's sales, marketing, manufacturing, customer service, finance, legal, and you can continue further out that way. It runs across everything. So if you take and place the responsibility with one person, you have to then take away the responsibility for some of these things for the people that are listed here as functional leaders. And long-term, that is not effective. Long-term, that will actually stall your deployment of artificial intelligence. So think about who is accountable for what and where the budget is for this. And therefore, that gives me the pleasure of saying there's only 3 things I want to leave you with. First is, this is a very significant transformation of business models and societal models. It is not about the technology. The second thing is, this is about understanding how we implement these building blocks into our organization, whether it is in budgets, in processes, in the products and services we have, but you have to do that immediately. And then last but not least, do at least 2 things when you leave this conference. Start a little team that tracks use cases in your organization. And 2, understand who should be responsible for what in the organization that you work for. With that, all I can wish you is may the computing force be with you in whatever you do.
Thank you very much for these essential observations, Mr. Sondergaard. Ladies and gentlemen, our upcoming segment will examine the critical discourse surrounding the responsible and ethical utilization of AI, spearheaded by Mr. Said Ahmed, head of Infosys Responsible AI Office. Let's welcome Mr. Said Ahmed on stage, please.
Done. Okay.
Can you do a little test? Can you do a little test?
Hello, testing. Can you guys hear me? Oh, excellent. Okay. The clicker. This better. Okay. Can I touch the clicker, please?
Yes, yes.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. So hope all of you are doing okay. Really privileged to be in this event. So I have been given 10 minutes to speak on responsible AI. This is in fact the 10th session. And I was told to talk on responsible AI. I was wondering, every session before this was actually talking about AI governance and responsible AI itself, right? So there is not nothing new that I can actually impart to the audience here. But I thought I'll give a couple of very interesting observations in this area that you can go back and think about why everyone is now talking about responsible AI, because the risks always existed. The risks existed when we had computers. Risk existed when AI started. In fact, if you look at it right from 2010 onwards, wherein there was the first $1 trillion crash that was caused by an AI algorithm, till now, the recent being Gemini and OpenAI issues that we are seeing, the risks are always there. But why people are suddenly talking about AI risks, responsible use of AI right now, okay? And the fact that every session in the morning, spoke about, without fail, I was thinking for a second, Peter will not talk about AI governance and risk until he moved to the third slide, right, where again he talked about AI risks and AI governance again, because this is something that is coming and there. It is because of the impact of technology. The technology impact is such that for achieving 100 million users, what took Netflix 11 years, 10 years, or Spotify 11 years, ChatGPT was able to achieve it in just 2 months. Now, it's not just the technology, also it is the kind of issues that we have. This technology is also in the hands of people who are phishing, people who are the bad actors, people who are actually doing attacks on our AI system. So in today's discussion, what I'm going to do, I'm going to talk about a little bit of AI security. You look at the spike there, right from the time GPT-4 was launched, there is a huge spike in almost all the aspects of it. Robustness and digital security, safety, almost all the parameters have spiked, right? And this is the reason why we need it now and why we need to talk about AI security. You have seen all these issues that are there. I'm not going to go into details because I just have 10 minutes to cover. But very similar slide that Peter also talked about. There are lots of people talking about AI. How many of them actually have used AI to disrupt their core business functions? Hardly any, right? People have the telecom executives who were here in the morning. They spoke about using AI for content generation. They spoke about AI for experience. They spoke about AI for a lot of auxiliary things, but core disruption of core businesses, I have not seen too many people doing it. The reason is there is a little bit of fear. There is a little bit of nervousness in the entire business community saying that what is happening in this landscape? Am I secure? Can people hack into AI, right? How the regulations will pan out. EU AI Act is there. And then there is this, a lot of regulations that are happening across the globe. I'll talk about that in a bit. But there is lots of nervousness in business saying that, what should we do? Should we invest right now? And how do we use it? But unanimously, everyone agrees that AI is here to stay. AI is not going anywhere. So every business will have to adopt either today or tomorrow. It's just a matter of how we do it, right? So there is another challenge with AI today, right? It doesn't have true cognition, right? You need to work with the way the technology is built, and it will improve over time. Say, I just wanted to give some graphical examples of how these things are not that easy when it comes to implementing it for our commercial use cases. Generate a picture of salmon swimming in water, right? This is what user expects. What do you think user got? Okay, so this is what, because it is not wrong. It was faithful to the command that was given. It was faithful to the command that was given, but it doesn't understand the environment. So we have to be careful on how we use the technology. It's important that way. Then if you look at it, there are so many ways into hacking into AI systems. In just traditional AI systems, right? The machine learning systems, the deep learning systems, not even talking about large language models or machine learning, large language models or generative AI. There are 350 different ways in which we can hack into AI systems. There is very little awareness about this. Everyone talks about using AI for cybersecurity, but no one is talking about how to secure your AI models. Very few people are talking about securing AI investments. It is very important that we talk about securing AI investments, right? Not just using AI for cybersecurity. In this particular example, what you see is there are different ways of, we can do jailbreaking. Right, we can actually make generative AI, the ChatGPTs, the Geminis of the world, to give out information that they're not supposed to give. And there are thousands of examples. You can just go into the internet and try and find out. There are so many examples that are there. Many different types of attacks have come in, crescendo attack or ASCII-based attacks and things like that, which we can see. I mean, only reason I have not put more attacks here is because of lack of space. Otherwise, there are so many attacks that are there, starting from different types of jailbreak. I mean, everywhere I have at least tried to quote four different attacks with respect to, say, jailbreak, prompt injection, data poisoning, and many more attacks that are there. So we need to think about AI security as well. Okay, and if you look at it, it is not just the language models, it is also the image and video-based models that are prone to a lot of attack that is there. Just wanted to give you this visual information. This is one of the latest image classification model that you will see, called YOLO. And it is designed to classify people, right? So nothing wrong. This is how it is supposed to work. And this is an attacked image. To a naked eye, you will not be able to see the difference. There is no difference to a naked eye between the image 1 and the image 2. But that is an attacked adversarial image that you will see, and because of the attack, you will see all the gibberish there, right? There is some potted plant, chair, person's umbrella, I don't know what all is there. So it is actually, why these attacks are there? People are trying to extract information from your model. That is called model extraction attack. They are able to evade your model securities. There are many things that people are trying to do. Similarly, a school bus can be trained to be recognized as an ostrich, right? So imagine what will happen when it comes to your autonomous driving or any such cases where your AI systems are making decisions based on AI, right? So there is a stop sign. If there is an attack to identify a stop sign and says speed limit is 70, imagine what will be the consequences, right? So the consequences will be catastrophic because the autonomous driving car will look at a stop sign, instead of stopping the car, will accelerate. So these are real challenges, real world challenges that are there, and there are huge, big community. I mean, we talk about AI governance. AI governance is for all good people, right? Good countries, good nations who can implement AI policy, implement AI framework, and actually good citizens will actually abide by it. A whole bunch of people whose only day job is to break these things and hack into these things, how do we protect against them, right? So a good regulation, a good policy should ensure we bring in those aspects as well, right? And these are some examples of the camouflage, right? We saw some of the camouflage cases even during the Russian-Ukraine war, wherein quite innovative ways of hiding their planes and airfields by just having a monogram sticker behind the tail of the aircrafts were found out, right? So similarly, you can beat the AI system. Imagine you're walking into a store like a Amazon Just Walk Out kind of store, which is designed to identify people or intrusion or anything, but you just have a photograph of some camouflaged people like that. The camera will not even detect you as a human. Camera will just allow you, you are invisible to AI, right? So camera, without AI detecting you as a human, you will be able to pass through. It's as good as having invisibility powers, right? So these are some of the things that we need to be careful of. And there are lots of global concerns. So first thing that I wanted to talk to this audience is to say that the threat is real, it is here, and we need to address it. We need to address it strongly, right? And that is the reason there are so many regulations out there, right? Everyone has started, every country has started, looking at how to govern AI. This is the first time I can tell you we had computerization. We did not have AI regulations until very late. So technology came in first, and then the regulations followed way after. Similarly, internet, and then blockchain, and so many other technologies, but regulations didn't come first. Only in AI we are seeing that regulation is coming side by side technology, right? And it is important. Let me go through. It is not just regulations. There are lots of litigations that we need to track, right? The judiciary is also acting in many countries, wherein there are lots of court cases that are there. Depending on which way the court cases go, we'll have to, the kind of adopt our AI strategies. Now, how do we bridge this gap? Enough about all the scaremongering and talking about, like, all this is there. And we don't have too much influence over what the regulation, because regulations is not just for one country. I represent Infosys, which is a global enterprise, and will have to operate across the globe, across multiple countries. What this means is, if there is a regulation in the EU, if I have to do business in EU, I have to abide by EU regulations. If there is a regulation in US, I have to abide by all the regulations, and in US it is a little different. It is not one AI act. Every state has a very specific act that is there. So I'll have to go to every state within US and abide by every law that exists on AI. Similarly, if it is Singapore, Mauritius, or any other country, we'll have to abide by that. So abiding by regulation will have to be, like what Professor Emma was saying, we need to have very tighter collaboration between the countries where the regulations are there, and we need to be able to bridge this gap. This is very important. And I'll just skip through that. The key thing is, as an organization, as an enterprise, we need to come up with certain AI policies or principles. Very important, right? And we need to come out with some core areas that you can mathematically measure and track. This is very important. This slide that I'm showing you here is something that within Infosys we have been able to on the ground achieve this for mathematical tracking and measuring. So once you're able to mathematically track and measure, you'll be able to, it is very easy to say I need to be ethical. But what does it mean to be ethical? How do you track it? How do you measure it? It's very important for you to know. I want to be transparent. Very, very big and motherhood statement, right? But how do you on the ground for your use cases, for your AI applications, for your AI implementations, what does this mean? You need to be able to come down to that level of detail. Only if you are able to achieve this level of detail in terms of mathematically measuring and tracking your use cases and your AI implementations will you be responsible by design. So what most of the enterprise implementing AI, you need to look at three key things, right? You need to have guardrails in place. Technical guardrails will take you only so much, wherein it will prevent you from, say, the security concerns and some prompt injection attack or privacy leakage or security issues and things like that. You need to have process guardrails, wherein you have process from starting to the finish. Enough process guardrails are put in place to secure your AI investments, your AI use cases. And also your legal guardrails. You're working in an ecosystem. You're not working silo, right? Your model provider can be one organization. your end users may be operating in a totally different country and things like that. It is entire ecosystem. So you need to work with your entire channel of partners, vendors, everyone, and have enough legal guardrails in place to navigate this chasm that we have. What we think you should do is 3 things, what we call as AI 3S. First S stands for scan, where you need to continuously keep scanning what is happening in the industry, what is happening in the security era, what is happening in the regulatory landscape, what is happening in the technology landscape, and adopt. Shield is automatically try to prevent and shield your AI investments around this. And steer is to go beyond and be a thought leader and give it back to the ecosystem. So this is how I wanted to do, and this is something that we are proud of doing within Infosys. In fact, Infosys is one of the first companies to have received ISO 42001 2023 certification on AI management services. Proud to say that we are working with a lot of policy makers, think tanks, organizations, and one of the key way to collaborate and ensure we work in a multi-geography kind of landscape is to bring in standardization, rather than just getting into only the concept of regulation. That's where I am also a member of ISO subcommittee on artificial intelligence, ISO SC 42, wherein we try to stress more on standardization so that every member country will adhere to the AI standards that are being proposed. So with that, I just want to leave you there. If one thing that I can leave you is to add one more task to what Peter gave. So go back and think on how do you measure when you say transparency, how do you measure transparency for your use case? When you say I will be ethical, how do you measure ethical for your use case? So another task for you to see and define for your organization what these key principles are, and how do you measure them, and how do you translate them on the ground. So with that, you will be able to implement responsible by design within your organizations. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmed. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now have a short break of 10 minutes. Thank you.
Selçuk'umuza terörü.
You can close it. I'll follow. From here it doesn't work? Okay, I'll Nightcaller.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would request everyone to take their seat, please. We are starting in a few. So, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Ms. Mumita Sarkar, AI partner at Deloitte, India. So please take your seat. It's 2 minutes. I'm just telling your name so that they can take their seat. Yes.
Should we? Okay. I thought we were waiting for our MC. But I'll do the talking then. Okay. Hello, everybody. All in? Should we close the door? Should I do some song and dance to get attention? I don't know. Yeah. Gen AI, I thought, was a good enough term to represent the song and dance. Hello, everyone. And there are two firsts in this stage. One, it's my first time visit to Mauritius. Thank you all. It's a lovely country. Happy to be here. Second, I think I've been told to cover Gen AI in 10 minutes, which is okay. I think is as much magic that you can throw. So before I start, let me do a quick show of hands and be honest, okay? How many of us here have used ML, AI, Gen AI interchangeably? Be honest. Let me see some hands. I'm in. Okay. I love the fact that some people are very clear, very, very clear about AI, Gen AI, and that's very heartening to see. So what I'm going to do before, basically I'm going to get into Gen AI, is that, Gen AI, Genie, it's somehow the words are related. I'm going to figure out that if we can, in this end of the session, have a quick understanding that we all in our organizations know, at least in our organizations at large, know which are the use cases that require Gen AI, ML. So before that, I think 20 years I've been doing, let's say, analytics for a living, and the best thing which has happened is we are still learning. I love that. I love that about my profession. And the important thing which has happened, there are 4 things. One is, before this, that the power of specificity, so basically generalization to specialization is a journey, right? So earlier when we used to do, and most of us are in banks, telecoms, we used to build scorecards, right? We used to have there are lots of things that we used to do which is generic, and we called it analytics, to be very, very generic about it. And then it started becoming BI, ML, AI, Gen AI. So what I'm going to do is maybe start with a quick, I know it sounds very, I'm sure all of us know what's Gen AI. So I'm not going to spend on time, and there's lots of work and talk has happened in the morning as well. But a quick sense, in a purest term, Gen AI as a topic has to generate something, right? So it's very important that we understand that ML to AI to Gen AI, these 3 terms, for example, if we just put a poll in the audience to say forecasting, we all know we do different kinds of forecasting. We do, for financial sectors, we will do some, forecasting of, we have risk-based forecasting, all kinds of forecasting work. Most of forecasting is, it has a history, and we predict. Typically 80% would be ML, to be very specific. You can move one leg above that and say we want to use AI, where you have certain kinds of data which is now becoming into the domain of computer vision, or you're trying to build in AI solutions which are particularly on top of the ML. And then it becomes Gen AI, even if it is needed to be used. So it's very important that we know that across and that's the fun of it, across various modalities, and we spoke about it, data has no form now, audio, video. Love the fact that we can dump all of the data in one place, and we'll be able to figure out that confidence has come with Gen AI and earlier AI as well, that we can do something about it. So all modalities, you have to generate some content at least, right? And why now? I think the best part of it is that with so much computing power, so much tech stacks, with so much kind of data modeling which has evolved, and that is very important, what I would say the bottom of the iceberg. It's so important to develop that foundation of data right for any Gen AI, any magic to happen. So you have to get that bottom of the iceberg right, so that the tip which is visible and for us to consume is very critical. So therefore, why now? Because of this entire computing power becoming tremendous. Otherwise, I can't put Gen AI into production, and that is where the topic of concept to production comes in, and I will take you through this journey in quick 10 minutes. This I don't need to tell you. Okay. Now, I think somebody mentioned earlier that it's not new. The whole point is, till a point, ML, AI, we used to do algorithms earlier also. It has evolved over time. We had different kinds of algorithms which has come in. For example, image annotation, image captioning, digital signatures. They are all ambits of AI, some algorithm and technology which was there from ages. It's not new at all. Now what's changing? The world of, just, a very recent incident where, things which are being developed as financial reports, right? Now you will be saying it's very dangerous for us to say that, okay, the entire financial report gets generated out of a machine. No, it doesn't. But there are excerpts which can be, repeatable excerpts can be made using GenAI, and things are getting generated. So I'm being fortunate to work across global companies, across globe, in different countries. So the power of scaling, if I do one solution today, I will be able to scale faster in like 30 countries. The standardization power is there. So petabytes of data, high compute power, these are some of the phrases which define why we are doing what we are doing today. The other thing is the simple difference. Now it's very funny how I call AI to be traditional, right? So it's called traditional AI just to keep a difference between generative AI and traditional AI, because you are actually looking at ML AI as a journey. Anywhere where you are looking at history, patterns, and trying to predict using a given pattern, it will involve your AI or ML as and it is self-learning. We have crossed that barrier. When it comes to generative AI, it has to, A plus B has to be a new C, or many A plus Bs have to be a new C. It has to have some, whether you call it insight generation, and I'll talk about a few use cases in practicality, that there are these virtual assistants in insight generation, which is new things, 2 or 3 paragraphs together, making sense out of it, summarizing it, still a new content. So it's important that the yardstick of your organization and people like us being able to judge that whether I should say this is a GenAI, it's okay, we can be in that gray spot, but whether it's GenAI is very important. Why is it important to do these differences? I'll come to that, but specialization is happening. We are seeing we saw just in the previous slides that the number of skill sets which are becoming more and more specific. So it's important that in this use case, do I need a generic ML engineer? Do I need a GenAI specialist? That is why we want to make this difference. Otherwise, what does it matter if I tag AI, GenAI? Ultimately, our use case is getting done, right? What does it matter to all of us anyways? It's because you have to apply the right skill set. So yeah, so basically it has to be content created vis-a-vis detection of pattern. Very important one is anomaly detection. It's not a GenAI problem. Now, if I create a new anomaly, which I did not have in the data first, and I've created completely a new thing, yes, then it requires some GenAI. So that distinction is critical for us to understand where do I get GenAI specialists to come and do work, right? So that's important. Higher degree of creativity, it's important how the left and the right work very well together in this. So like we are giving prompts, that picture of salmon swimming in the water. You need to be creative. I'll give you an example. One of the biggest, and a different example than bank and telecom, our fast food chains. So if tomorrow, in a while ago, if I had to go to and talk to each and every customers like us, saying that you like non-veg burger, you like chicken, whatever XYZ burger, and I want to talk to you during the time of, say, a particular holiday season. And I know that you come with family and you large meal size. All of these are information. AI help to match you with thousands and thousands of people in a fly because it's on a menu. Now this is AI, but now if I had to talk to you and create an image of a burger, holiday season, and family, and maybe a group of family, That took weeks for a creative agency to actually put together. Then there were 2 other people approving that image. Now it is done on the fly, 2 days flat. And you have an image, you have 20 options. You need a human intervention to say, now which is making sense, which is, so you cannot just put that image because it will have its own, problems. But you need to see, but you will have at least 6 options in front of you because it is using all the, because eating burger with family on a holiday is not an unknown image. Somewhere in all these models, these images are getting created. So that's what, but structured data, predefined rules, predefined model sets, self-learned model sets is all on there. So I'll just quickly go to the next one. I think this one is obvious, but I'll just go quickly. These are all the modalities. Now this is, I think, if you look at it, now I'm going from the concept to the production. In today, across industry, across different verticals that at least we have seen, any GenAI problem can only be mostly still today can be classified into 4 major pillars. Either it has to be some sort of summarization and analysis which is generated new, fresh, or it is to be completely a new content generator. Now, content is a term where it can be image, it could be audio, it could be all our controversial Hollywood snippets. The one which you see in your phones, which are your shorts. I don't want to reveal, but some of these are, they're not going to, everybody's going to sit and make so many shorts, right? So look at the industry, how it is getting used. So that is content generation. The third packet, I think, loosely called software development, but that is where all your, why will I have to create new training modules for my tech group of members? Now, all your new onboarding, they don't need to learn the code, write the code, although I'm not a big fan of it, but code refactoring is one of them. So how do you make digital, all your codes, testing, debugging codes, there are repeatable jobs which have been made much simplified using the third bracket here. And the last one is where I think we heard a lot. So I'll give you an example of sentiment analysis and the very typical, how the transition between ML and, let's say, a topic modeling has transformed with GenAI. So earlier, if you go to any store, and you, as all of us are consumers here, and in banks, and you say a complaint, right? So I went to the bank, I stood there for 20 minutes, nobody replied to me, sorry, etc. You're writing. In a AI, and we've been doing this for ages, right? So when we do this call center complaints, the number of non-tagged words, which is technically called that I don't know the context of what the person is talking about. Because it's a new thing. Suddenly somebody says, I saw some garbage in your branch or whatever. It's completely new to the model. Typically, it went into one garbage box in technical term, and we could not be able to tag it. Now what has happened is, with GenAI, that unknown words, because of the use of the models across what we use here, that has almost gone to 0, which is basically means that we have become more efficient in most of the ML. So this is like GenAI adding an enhanced efficiency to your original ML AI models. So not only that it generates something new, but it can also enhance your current models and make it more accurate, make it more, you don't need to spend too much time, it reduces the TAT of it. So some of these, like very interesting one, if you look at all your data lying around, earlier approach would be, let's start the journey of creating a data model. Let's create the data nicely. We'll create user-friendly data boxes in layman term. But if I now have the power of not arranging it and be able to create descriptive reports just by digging into the data in its all shape and form, that's what GenAI helps you to do. I can still have BI, and we should, by the way, all of these should remain absolutely parallel to each other. None of them are sequential, none of them are overlapping and it's not substituting each other at all. So that's where I think some of the stuff comes in. So I'm just going to leave with a couple of, especially these use cases are practically getting productionized. Not all are. So some of them are in POC stage. For example, the famous example that you would see in new product development. So if you're doing a new product, the testing cycle is reducing because you can generate multiple combination of chemicals, multiple combination. Now that, is it in mass production? Maybe not. But what is low hanging? What can you do today? So some of these, what I've put here, are things which are being done in production. And when I mean production, let me explain. At least 40 users of your company being able to use it and your systems are not breaking down. Your cost of your tech companies have not ballooned because you made so many people query your database. So all of these are production problems. But in GenAI, if you just look at this, sales function, now just you can put it in your own domains, writing pitches for your call centers. We all mentioned that, and I think telecom is using it very well. Outbound messages. Then marketing, I gave an example of how you can do a lot of quick creative generation for your hyper-personalization, especially in telecom. I heard a lot of work around customer. So if you have to use the customer segmentation, if to use that, you have 10,000 customers, you want to actually talk to them separately. How can you do that so fast? It's only possible if you are able to generate exactly what you know about the customer into a creative faster. And that is where GenAI comes into. So I'm just trying to put that perspective of where it is adding that extra value. Otherwise, it's AI or ML, which is at the background. So some of the synthetic data creation, maybe more technology guys will know that there is a power by which this testing and synthetic data creation is getting just completely steroids. Field assistance, human resource, we talked about it. The one which is more, I have been like fascinated by it is earnings calls, financial reports. I had a lot of, like what do you call it, a bit of butterfly in my stomach before that productions went into, you actually are talking about financial reports. You're talking about earning call transcripts. You're talking about things which are very, very consumer facing on a portal, and you're talking about finance. So correlations between different reports, doing competitors' financial report and doing the summary, it's humanly impossible to generate a complete new paragraph after synthesizing your report and your competitor's report and what has happened in the earnings call. It is possible if you have a bunch of army to do it, and you actually should do it for the first few, but it is helping to scale. So those are some of these which have gone into production. Can't cover today in 10 minutes, but I'm sure any questions you have on any of these, happy to take you through. A very low-hanging use case is SOPs. If you go back again, I know there's a lot of homework for the weekend for you guys, but in case you can do and look at all the SOPs that are there in your organizations, it's a no-brainer. Just let's do away with that search of SOPs. It's painful. So if you can take away that pain from your employees to go through SOPs, SOWs, etc., it's a beautiful thing. So the last one, and I think I'll end there because the slides after it was, again, ethical AI, so I'm just going to skip that. But this one, this is a 2x2 metric. I think we all talked about it, that we should look at the use case prioritization, go back, look at your entire AI or use cases in the company, which are business, and just put it into 2x2 grids of saying impact, which is feasible, whose data is available and not. Now, what we do to add a little bit, because this is GenAI, a little bit of an additional thing that you can do is also put the lens that is there something which we call differentiator index. So if you can put a lens saying that, do I really need a GenAI on top of that? So if you need to put a lens for the differentiator, you have to have certain dimensions. Like, is it something that I need to generate? Is it complex enough for me to have like multiple data sources so I can't do it using traditional AI? So there are certain dimensions. So after you have done take all the business use cases, put it into a general 2x2 metric of impact versus the feasibility or the time to production, and then put one Z-axis saying that, is it differentiated enough for a GenAI or those dimensions are getting met? If we do that, somehow I think that the kind of low-hanging use cases that you saw in the last slide, they're not very, and I'm saying, those are not things which you need too much of because the models are off the shelf. What you need to do, however, have a few quick, I'm not going to go through this model, but technology choices. So there are certain choices which are coming. The first choice that you saw was choice around which use case. The second one is, and I don't think it's a big choice, whether you should go with an enterprise model, whether you should go with your private model, whether you should go with open. Depends on your privacy, I would say security norms. A big fan of enterprise model. Private is very costly. It's extremely costly, and I don't think none of the organizations maybe has, until you are the player, needs to have a private model of your own. We have not reached there most probably, but an enterprise model is very nice because if you have your cloud tech partners, they will have very quick, the AWSs and the Googles and Snowflakes of the world. So that's the second choice you need to make. And another one, which I'm not going to go through each of these, but these are what I call use accelerators, which means that if you have to go on a GenAI journey, don't think you are doing it for the first time. Everybody has done this in the use cases that I showed you. Everybody has done, somebody has tried this in this world. So seek those accelerators and say, can I just repurpose it? Nothing needs to be discovered new in GenAI because it's ultimately reading what the world is doing. So they are available. So if you just it's about how we apply it and how we make sure that we are applying it. I think many of the people have gone through this. I think the choices of build versus buy is important. Are you going to build it all over yourself, or are you going to buy some, or partner, buy, or take any product? Another important thing, there is no magic to it. I cannot just take a GenAI model and will give me the answer. You need a lot of context building to your organization. So it's best to take an enterprise model, build it yourself, and then try and test with your users who are your organization people. Like the simple query on top of your dashboards. It's a simple one that you query and you get the answers and insights get generated. Simple one, but it requires a lot of testing with your users, right? Okay, yeah, those I'm not going to go through, but thank you. I think I just thought I'll give you a quick, I'll stick on that. If anything, on any of these use cases, these are all in production. If any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your enlightening presentation, Ms. Sarkar. We will now invite Mr. Amol BK, founder and managing director of Lamifit Pioneering Force in AI health technology, predictive and preventive healthcare. Mr. Amol will talk on future-proofing health, AI's pivot towards predictive and preventive healthcare.
How many of you think that they are super healthy? Can you raise a hand? They are super healthy. Anyone super healthy here? Anyone healthy? Moderately healthy? Yeah. So how today's topic is about future-proofing health, AI's pivot towards predictive and preventive healthcare. Myself, Amol, I'm co-founder at Lami.Pit. We are predictive and preventive healthcare platform. So what we do is something interesting. Since morning we are hearing a lot of AI, responsible AI, ethical AI, and all that. So maybe thousands of times since morning. So let's talk something which is very, very close to you, which is a healthcare, because everyone needs to be healthy and all that. So we are in business of simple business. We are in a business of making people healthy, right? So that's something like, so there are a lot of surge in lifestyle diseases. Like if you look at it, India, so there are 930 million cases been reported in 2018, and 2022 around 1060 million, which is probably 800x of Mauritius population today, which are incident. But majority of these diseases, right, are into type 2 diabetes, hypertension, obesity, chronic backache, depression, and all that. And global scenario is also not different at all. So there are 500 million plus diabetic cases, and pre-diabetic probably 2 times or 3 times of that. Means almost 1.5 billion people are in these conditions. 39% people are overweight. And that's why a lot of people here, almost 80-90% people didn't raise their hand when I asked how healthy they are internally. So another factor which is contributing to getting you into disease condition is age. When we are early, young, that time we are not getting any sort of diseases and all that. But when we are growing after 50s and 60s, there are a lot of diseases are happening, and those are chronic. So it could be cancer, heart diseases, diabetes, COVID-19, Alzheimer, Parkinson's disease. These are age-related diseases actually. So what we are trying to solve, that can we reverse age today? Let's say you are in the 60s and we reverse your age by 10 years. So will you get the diseases which supposed to come at a 60? No, right? Probably. Absolutely. So that's why. So there are actually life expectancy and health lifespan. So there is a very significant difference between these two things. So you might be living like 70, 74, but after 60 you are getting into some or another disease condition. If you look at it, 10 to 15 years last, you are either on the bed or you have certain medical condition, you are living, taking the medication and all that. So our goal is to make people healthy by collecting their data points in terms of different like genomics data and all that, and how we can improve their health tremendously. So can we harness patient-centered data today? Right, so that's a question, because when we're talking here, everyone talking about AI and all that, so data is very, very critical when it comes to the health tech. If sometimes e-commerce website suggests that, let's say you should buy a red bottle or green bottle, it doesn't make a difference. But if AI go rogue in the health tech, it has a significant impact on your health. So there are 2.3 zettabytes of data, which is already available, more than that, 2020, and 97% medical data is not being utilized at all. And there is a biggest powerhouse of data, like we talk about a lot of data centers and all that, but there is a biggest powerhouse which is itself you. So there are 36 trillion cells in your body, and each cell contains 6.4 billion data points. Can you imagine 36 trillion into 6.4 billion of data is just within you, and I'm standing with that much amount of data. And each microsecond, even probably nanosecond, the human system is going and reading that data continuously. So, and they're doing a protein, each cell is doing protein synthesis and creating a lot of enzymes, even though insulin and all that is actually, the cell goes and reads that 6.4 billion data point every microsecond. So we talk about the 5G and pen drive and all those, right, very fast. But the human intelligence, you could see, they're reading so much of data in nanoseconds and then producing that. So that's where, do we need AI? So we have a tremendously big AI residing itself, but there is a 10 million health worker shortage by 2023, it's predicted. So that's where the AI comes into the picture. So where do we can use that, right? So basically preventing chronic disorder, early diagnosis of majority of the diseases, and remote chronic management, and also increase health span. Basically we want you to live longer and healthier, so that's the objective. So I'm not going to talk about general the practitioner and all that, but I'm going to stick to the what we are doing, where we have a couple of lakhs of customers who are using our technology to improve their health span significantly. So we build a most accurate biotin model. So we call the biotin, it's actual image from our platform. So we collect data in the first phase. So there is a lot of tests we do. So that's the data collection. Then there is a second stage where data analysis and finding pros and cons with every individual. Like there are maybe 100, 200, 500 people here. Every individual is a different. So there is a lot more personalization is required in the health tech segment. The third is where once we analyze that data, we understand what's wrong with you or what's right with you, and use that data to give a personalized lifestyle modification program. And it's something like we give and you're doing, right? But how do we measure that effectiveness of what we suggesting to you? So that's where there is a feedback mechanism to our AI system where we track multiple markers even after providing the health programs, where it can do a lot more feedback mechanism is there which can optimize the solution further. So every day we are improving the solution. So what data we collect today? So this is actually live running. A couple of lakhs of users are using it. So we collect the genomics data because every person genomics is separate because that's where we get a color, hair color, how we grow and height and all that. So that depends on that. So we have our own test, which is a lamiDNA, which is genetic test. After that, we have a epigenetic test as well. Epigenetic is basically a layer on a DNA which controls your DNA. So there is a CH3 group which goes and control your switch on and off of particular cells. So then we collect blood tests. There is segmental body analysis, lifestyle tracking through different watches, patches, so that continuous monitoring there. And we have an app where we track what you eat on the day-to-day basis and work out. So what are the outcomes of this? So we finalize 16 segments, more than that, whatever I have put, to optimize those biocycles actually. So these are some of the segments like personalized diet. There is a vitamin balance, sleep cycle optimization. If you, we ignore sleep, right, generally. If you sleep one day late, next day your immunity goes down by 60% actually. So there are so many attacks could be possible on the next day itself. We are also into age reversal. So these are some of the segments like disease prevention and all that. So where does actual work happen? So actual work happens in a stage 2. So this is stage 1 where we collect data, that's the outcome. So but the actual work happen at the stage 2. So first level predictions, once we analyze the data, we predict what kind of diseases you are prone to. Let's say diabetes, 80% chances of getting diabetes, thyroid, hypertension, there are 160 plus diseases where we predict what kind of prediction. But let's say you have a diabetes, also obesity and hypertension. So there is a second level of prediction also needs to be done, which is your lesser metabolism rate actually. So there are further impact also there. So that's where we do a second level prediction as well. And we amend as per your personal choices. Let's say you have a high risk, but every day you are walking 10,000 plus steps, eating healthy, sleeping right, and doing workout and all that, so that your risk on day-to-day basis going down. So there is a amendment happen at every day, the risk prediction which has to be there. And then we provide a so we designed a very accurate health recommendation model based on these accurate data points what we collect. So 4-way AI-based recommendation model which suggests what kind of diet you should be eating, workout, then what kind of vitamins you should be taking on the day-to-day basis, and many more things actually. So just to give in perspective how complex healthcare ecosystem is, so I'm just giving one small example of vitamin D actually. So vitamin D controls your 10% of genomics. So each cell has a VDR, so basically vitamin D receptor. Whenever you eat vitamin D, it goes and activates that cell. If there is a deficiency of vitamin D, in those cases, your 10% of genomics is not working, right? So that's where very, very important. So what we do, so we have actually digitized many biopathways. So this is a case for vitamin D. So we have corresponding case for diabetes, hypertension, and all that. And also, it's not same for all, right? So there is a lot more personalization need to be added. So where we could take medical condition, age, gender, area where you come from, lifestyle, and other DNA markers and blood markers into consideration when we are suggesting something. Very simple example. There is a natural sunlight is coming, which that's a natural de novo pathway where vitamin D, we take it into the body. If you are taking a medication, which is a statin, so basically for obesity, you take a statin. So what happens in those cases that your natural pathway is shut down. That means body is not generating any vitamin D in a body from the sunlight. So that's a problem. So if I just use as it is model, general model for everyone, that's not going to work. So we have to take medical conditions and the medicines also consideration to optimize our inside algorithms. Does it really works, right? So the data needs to be very, very accurate in terms of prediction and all that. So what we are doing, so we are controlling the data. So we have our own test itself so that there is authentic data coming onto our platform. So this is one test which has 160 plus biomarker prediction, which is completely genomic. And there is another test which is epigenetic test, which gives you rate of aging. Anybody here having biological age lesser than a chronological age? Anyone think that their biological age is lesser than their chronological age? Nobody, but yeah, so when you have healthy routine on day-to-day basis, we have seen people reverse 10 years, minus 10 years with just within like a 6-month span actually. So it actually gives a lot more aging, rate of aging in different organs. So we have a really great case study as well because AI, everyone talks and all that, does it really work on the ground? So that's a challenge. So there is one person with a really bad medical condition, HbA1c was almost 9.4 and FBS 530 and BMI 32. So what we did, we collect his DNA, other data, and we put him into 3 very restricted health program, transformation program. And within like a 3 months, he could improve his parameters so good. So his diabetes from 9.4, it came to the 6.1 and FBS 130. And he gained so much confidence. He is a 62-year-old and finished 4,500 kilometers cycling within like 50 days. Actually means almost every day 100 kilometers. That much transformation can happen if we use the technology and use the data effectively actually. So these are some of the clients we work with, very elite people in India, including Indian cricketers, IPL teams, Olympians as well. So we have large users and all that. So how AI is impacting us, right? So earlier we have limited number of resources, the health coaches and all that. So the one health coach can take almost like 30 clients in a month or patients. So 6 months back we launched a AI version which automatically does all these operations. And now we are last 3 months has added 50K users, subscription, paid users without doing anything. There is no resource upgrade or anything or no new hiring. So that much impact it can be done with just AI. So there is always risk associated with that. If there are a lot of cancer prediction companies are there, if person comes in a stage 1 and says that, the AI couldn't detect those cases in stage 1, the person goes and relax saying that, I have nothing. Next cycle of test is in after 6 months. He goes and says that, relax, right? But after 3-4 months, he is in stage 4. So if the data or algorithms we are putting, if there is not accurate, so in other segment, the risk is very, very low. It doesn't matter blue bottle or red bottle. But in this case, life is on the line. So that needs to be, a lot of approval needs to be in place, and that's where we have to be take care. So this is our platform, and this is me. At any point of time, you would like to get the test done, we are here. We are very, very thankful to Mauritius government, EDB actually especially. They invited and arranged everything so smoothly. So we are looking to launch our product in Mauritius as well in coming time. Thanks. Hopefully it was great. Hopefully just 1% addition to your knowledge, and if it can make you aware that you have to take some healthy steps, I have done my job. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amol, for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, now join us for an insightful discussion on charting the course for AI innovation in Mauritius, a roadmap for the future, moderated by Mr. Mark Israel, an entrepreneur thought leader, author, and public speaker with over 30 years of experience in the technology industry, including serving as the Chief Technology Officer for the Sub-Saharan Africa at Microsoft for 17 years. Mark's expertise in digital transformation initiatives and entrepreneurship, as well as his role as the founder of MoAngel Mauritius, pioneering syndicated business angels network, will enrich our discussion. Our distinguished panelists include Mr. Peter Sandergaard, Mr. Tuma Pramoditam, CEO Precise AI, Mr. Lassina Kone, CEO Smart Africa, Ms. Mumita Sarkar, AI Partner Deloitte, Mr. Said Ahmed, Head of Infosys Responsible AI Office, and Mr. Vrigesh Fruta, Executive Director of the Mauritius Emerging Technologies Council. A big round of applause for our panelists, please. Thank you.
This one. Yeah, this one. Fantastic. Great. Thanks very much. We have a big panel now, and thanks very much for being here. I know it has been a long day, but a lot of very interesting information has been uncovered. So maybe just as a quick start, because, and I will start maybe on the other side of the panel, just a quick intro, what you do in the AI field, and what would you see in really 2 words of AI in Mauritius particularly?
To work. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. It's been a long day. So a quick introduction. My name is Thomas Pramotab. I'm the CEO of Precise AI. We're an Abu Dhabi-based and homegrown AI company focusing on big data analytics and applied AI in the fields of public sector, financial services, sports, and quite recently into the energy sector. We have a close relationship between the UAE and Mauritius, and we're extending this digital transformation that is tried and tested in the UAE into the country. Now, where do we see Mauritius to be in the years to come? Honestly, I think Mauritius will be the hub and the gateway into Africa for not just AI, but applied AI and applied AI practitioners. So we asked the question if we're going to be an AI nation of users or AI nation of developers. I think we'll be both because of how Mauritius has been situated. The connectivity is fabulous. I think the ministry has done a great job. The population size is the right size to make sure that there's AI for everyone and everyone for AI. And with that, I think you'll become the beacon of how AI is practiced in the South Africa, in the African region and around the world.
Thank you very much. So next question for the
Thank you. My name is Lassina Kone. I am the CEO of Smart Africa, a Pan-African organization based in Kigali, which comprises of 39 countries with the sole vision of transforming Africa into a single digital market. Our application in AI, we have developed for each country as a country member, actually lead a specific project, or we call it flagship. South Africa is leading artificial intelligence and AI and blockchain. We actually produced a blueprint about two and a half years ago. And our visions when I look at the Mauritius, of course, has a great future, but I always say it and I will say it here, that success is going to depend on the regulatory environment because the regulation can make or break a nation. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Syed Ahmad. I head Infosys Responsible AI Office. So Infosys being one of the first companies to come up with the need for Responsible AI Office and declaring to the world saying that this is how we are committed. We work very closely with a lot of governments, including Government of India, UK, US. I am also part of ISO subcommittee on AI standards.
and committees such as NIST in US, and we did see about Bletchley Declaration and all that. We have worked on that in UK and multiple different countries. From Mauritius point of view, we have a DC here, and we would want to see everyone using AI to the scale, right, at enterprise grade, and also bring in the expertise that we have working with multiple companies, enterprises, governments, and think tanks and policymakers to see how we can actually. Very happy to see what I saw in the morning, saying that there is a strong commitment towards good policy, governance, and actually innovation. Great combination. Would be happy to participate in this journey. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter?
Yeah, I've probably said too much on stage already, so I'll make it really short. I work and help large organizations around the world in terms of adoption of technology, so digital transformation, and obviously that includes artificial intelligence. And I always say I don't have any particular deep knowledge in any particular area, but a degree of experience in terms of what makes the technology attractive to organizations. I think from a Mauritius perspective, as I said this morning, I'm a big fan of the opportunity of smaller countries. We tend to, with technology, focus on all the large countries, and no offense, that includes India, but also the United States and China. But I think if you look at who has been able to transform things the most over the course of the last 5 or 10 years, it is essentially countries like the United Arab Emirates, it's Singapore, and it is my own home country, Denmark, that have been able to do some of this transformation. And the reason is we can act agile, we can change fast, and I believe this is true for many countries in Africa as well. Is agility is something that is a benefit that should not be dispensed.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just before that I had a session. So I think Momita, I'm a partner with Deloitte, part of Deloitte Consulting, and lead the AI practice, most of the AI transformations across the globe. So that's me. From Mauritius, I think a lot of around the hub thing. So I think it's not only looking forward, it's not only a hub of potential in terms of adding capability and capacity for the globe, but also value generation through AI for the globe. So I think it's a plethora of opportunities sitting in this country, harnessed well, nurtured good talent. I think there's a lot of focus, and the enthusiasm and the passion that is there in this country will leapfrog this, because I think there is an accelerated growth which has almost been seen out here, which I think will be the key strength.
Vrigesh, METC. I just wish what everyone just said here becomes true. And fortunately or unfortunately, I probably will have a lot to do around what they just said. So on my side, I think AI gives countries like us a real opportunity to kind of play on even ground with a lot of economies and a lot of countries, because I believe the most determining factor between leading the charge in this will be creativity with regards to AI. Those tools now will allow a lot of countries, companies, governments to really leapfrog quite quickly, actually. You know, if I can sum it up for Mauritius, my own vision at least, we need to become a proper example in the region and globally around how we are effectively using AI to increase efficiency, to increase productivity across the board, from public sector to private sector. I would be as direct as that. That would be the objective.
Thanks very much. And Mr. Said, I want you to come back on one point that you made. So regulation can make or break AI work. And so what would be, in your views, the policies and regulation that needs to be put in place ASAP in Mauritius to foster innovation and development of AI technology?
See, regulations, before regulations come in, the intent of regulation is the most important thing, which we saw amply demonstrated today by His Excellency and the ministers in charge. So that's the first right step. And the summits like this are very important, wherein you get and consult lots of global experts, which is a step in right direction. What we need to do for Mauritius specifically is also, there are two schools of thoughts really, right? And I don't know which one is right and wrong, but one was debated very heavily in the morning. One school of thought says that you need a separate AI regulation, okay? And you need one governing everything, right? Anything to do with AI. That's one school of thought. Second school of thoughts, many countries are also thinking with respect to, we have existing laws. You just need to ensure AI also falls into that. So for example, on transparency, you have laws. On privacy, you have laws. Strengthen the existing laws to include AI as well. So I don't know which one is right or wrong, but we need to make a decision saying that what is the direction in which Mauritius is going to go. This is very important because we can't be hodgepodge in between. We have to decide whether we'll bring in a very strong AI regulation for Mauritius, AI, or we are going to strengthen the existing regulations. So this is something that is very important. That is the right direction that we need to take. And we heard very little about AI security. So whatever regulations comes in, we need to ensure that securing AI investments is also very, very important, because the same power of technology that we saw from morning is in the hands of bad actors as well, right? So they're out there, they're real, right? We need to ensure that we have to be AI defenders. So the regulations need to include those. Otherwise, whatever work we do will be prone to hacking, and adversarial attacks attempts, which will lose the commercial interest of implementing AI. So these are some of the things that we need to definitely consider.
Okay, cool. Thanks very much. I think that's a very important topic anyhow. So with the help of Riga Futa, so I think that policy needs to be pushed pretty hard so that we don't wait another too many years to get the ball rolling. Thomas, I wanted to come back to you because you're based in Abu Dhabi, so in the UAE, and the UAE has been really at the forefront of AI for the last couple of years. And that was very interesting because basically when we talk about AI, we think US, China, and then immediately started to pop up and says, whoa, what's happening there? Can you tell us a little bit, what we can learn from the UAE that we could apply as well ASAP in Mauritius so that we can spearhead as well some innovations there?
I think we can look at it in a few perspectives. One, Peter brought in a point that the smaller nations are more agile. But I guess agility and size is one, but the political will of what Denmark has done, what Singapore has done, what UAE has done was the second driving force. And I'm sure Mauritius in the leadership has that same. In the UAE, we appointed the first Minister of AI, whom His Excellency Omar was here this morning, in 2017. Right, way before, of course, we have seen that AI has been around since 1956. But when it truly touches the life of citizens and the power of the technology in your place, we didn't quite see it till in the last 2 years. So UAE's ability to have the vision, ability to have set up governing bodies. So the AI Ethnic Council was set up back in 2020. The MBZ University of AI was set up in the same year. Companies like us, Presight, G42, was set up to drive the initiative, so apply the technology within the government. More recently, Dubai and Abu Dhabi has instructed the federal agencies to apply and have an AI strategy, right? But where it meets, when the leadership gives the instruction, there must be an ecosystem that carries that out. And at the same time, there must be a framework of governance, security, infrastructure that's in place. So UAE has invested heavily in the data center infrastructure pre the AI space. And you have read collectively through Presight G42's ecosystem, we continue to invest globally into supercomputer infrastructure. So for a small country, you must have the political will. You must have the ecosystem to support it as the will is executed. And in areas, and some of the speakers brought up, in areas where you don't have the infrastructure, for instance, you can reach out. You can collaborate. I think our colleague from the UN has said that. You collaborate with those who have, and you operate under a framework of collaboration. Collaboration moves at the speed of trust. So a security framework, a trusting environment is set up between entities. I think that would drive the adoption of AI. In fact, that would drive the adoption of any technology that's emerging.
Yeah, thanks. I truly believe in the power of ecosystems. So being as well, as a business angel myself, so I'm seeing the power of the public and the private sector working together, but growing an ecosystem of various actors that help drive the innovation. So it's a really public-private partnership that moves things forward. And I wanted to go back on the Rwanda as well. So example, because President Kagame has been very pushy as well. And almost the same question as UAE. So what are you doing from a country's and private sector's perspective to drive the innovation flag, and what can we learn from you?
From our experience, I look at AI in the citizen perspective. It's like a tool that has more than 50 bachelor degree and master's degree in your pocket. Let's think of it this way. But Smart Africa perspective, including Rwanda, will look how AI can contribute to an inclusive connectivity and inclusive use of digital transformation. Remember, in Africa, we only have 46% of our population connected. Why? Because there is a usage gap close to 30%. But if you look at a mobile broadband, not like here where you have about more than 100% coverage, many parts of Africa, the usage gap in a mobile broadband is 60%. It means people have network, they're not using it for 4 reasons. 1, affordability of the internet. 2, the devices price, smart devices. 3, local context. 4, cyber hygiene. Now, people who lived in the States or in Europe, back in the 90s, they had something called Disability Act. What does that mean? It was actually encouraging every single government building to make the building accessible by anyone, by any means, by building ramp. We are all developing government e-government services. We have citizens who cannot access it because they don't speak English, they don't speak French, they don't speak any other language. They only speak their native. How the AI can help us shrink that gap of accessibility of services. That's how we look at the AI. So we believe that what the AI can do for Africa is what exactly mobile money did for Africa, differently than the US or in Europe. So it will help us not to leapfrog, but to actually cheat a leap, to have more people accessing the government services with their own natural languages. That's what Rwanda is on as well.
I love it, and thanks very much for touching it, because this is one use case, I think, which can make really a difference. And I'm thinking because I've discussed with a lot of entrepreneurs here in Mauritius, and one of the first questions is, yeah, but we need to interact in Creole, and there is no large language models in Mauritian Creole. And I said, well, this is a fantastic opportunity to build one, not from scratch, because I agree with you, costs too much, but just enhancing an existing LLM and building upon that with the local language at a quite low cost. And I would say that that's a fantastic use case. So maybe Mrs. Sarkar, going into the use cases, what would you see as great use case beyond AI with local languages for a country like Mauritius, not only to spearhead innovation, but as well as to basically sprinkle that innovation across the region?
No, so number one, I think the sectors which are very, very strong on contracts, a lot of low-hanging use cases for AI and computer vision, and a lot of things which can be done using a lot of legacy documents. So I mean to say there are legacy documents and legacy SOPs and SOWs which have been lying around. I think that itself is not only beneficial for the economy at large, for Mauritius, but also I think it can spread as small pieces of products that can be generated out of this hub. Second, I think a lot of government public sector use cases around how do we facilitate customer complaints, and so that is something which is scalable, right? So anything which is related to customer interaction, and because there is focus of the government, You will see a lot of complaint cells. In India also, we've done it at large scale, which is difficult, right? It's a country of many languages. So there also, how do you have that language layer, but allow customer complaint cells to, so that's another use case. Call center use cases, which are, I'm just talking about things which are very, very large scale, usable across, and it can become a hub. So these kind of use cases we should take up and start building those capabilities in the country and spread it across the region.
Yep. Sir,
Okay.
Yeah.
So very quickly, I just wanted to add to this. This is an excellent point that has been brought up. In India also, we face a very similar problem, wherein we are building an app called Bhashini, which actually should translate into 136 different languages that we are working on. So the advantage of generative AI is twofold, right? I mean, you don't need to start from the scratch. Like you said, we don't need to build a totally native large language model, right? We can start with what it is there. For example, we actually have an ability to translate everything and become multimodal. I'll give you an example, right? So imagine a large language model which is trained on just language, say English, for the sake of example that I'm going to give. And then there is an image model that is there, which is trained to identify different animals. Imagine the image model can identify, is trained to identify only donkeys and horses. But with the language model, you just say that, okay, a zebra is nothing but a donkey or a horse with black and white stripes, without ever knowing, having seen, having trained for a zebra image. Now it will be able to understand the moment it says zebra. Why am I giving this example? This is exactly the same concept we have applied for languages, saying that we don't have to start from scratch for all the languages. This is something that we can see how we can exchange information and help, right? So we have a program going on in India called Bhashini, driven by academia, which is working on very similar problem that you had. So thought of sharing that.
No, thanks very much. Very interesting. And I think languages is really at the heart, because that's a big difference of what Gen AI has done compared to AI, which is basically having a form of understanding, talking and reading. And so it's definitely a great way to be able to interact with computers and help people.
So historically, there was a big data divide. Data was primarily Western data on which all the models were trained on, right? So this kind of technology is now helping us bridge that gap also. So,
Peter? Yep.
Yeah, it's not a contrarian view, but it is a view that is a little different, because I believe it's super important that we actually have dedicated focus on large language models for particular languages. And the reason is not that I couldn't develop something using a generic model and then allow it to understand a particular language. It's the data set underneath that reflects the culture of, for example, Mauritius, or even a group of people in Mauritius. And for that, you need something that is actually trained on the base data, so that it understands. And I know some countries are actually starting from a perspective of saying, we need to make this a country level policy and execution point in which we develop this, because otherwise we will lose some of what is our culture. We heard earlier also about the medical side, and part of that links to medical information that is always unique to a particular area. And so one needs to make sure that all the other data points, not just literature that is local or behavioral things, are implemented. So I think this is a really important action point, and it's good you brought it up.
Yeah, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted one thing, and then taking note from Peter's point. If we look at what maybe, I'm just taking India because it's very close to what I see there, that some of the initiatives which the government is taking. So with Mauritius, and with the passion and the impetus that the government has and should have, a certain, like example, investing in while it is costly, but you have the right size and the investment prowess to invest in a language model, build a private cloud. So some of these investment decisions, so like an interesting one will be like we all spoke about use cases to determine, maybe it's a homework for the government to figure out what are the big use cases that they should adopt. And that's India done it well. They have taken up big strategies which has trickled down to the last leg, which is the last grocery store in India, so similar initiatives, if the government can take up, which only the government can at a scale that they can operate at. I think that's an important for the roadmap for Mauritius going forward.
And just to add to yours, and I think we have examples in the past of countries doing this. You will all, at least the ones from Mauritius, know that while English language you talk about databases, in French you'll talk about base données. It's a word that came up because the French decided to actually sit down and make sure that words that were English were translated into the language. The most extreme example is Iceland. Iceland has still a council that rules on all foreign words that come into the language and come up with an Icelandic translation of that. So we have examples. Now we just get a much more complex issue, which is how do we retain our identities in a world that is becoming AI dominated?
That's a very important point. That's a segue to Vrigesh and saying, what do we do from keeping and growing the Mauritian culture in large language models?
You know, I thought you would not ask me anything because I simply enjoy listening to you, and I think that's why you're here today to share that with us. From our side, we are learning right now. We are looking across the world. From regulations, we did our whole study, check on geographies, everything that has been done from China to UAE, to the US, even India. One thing was pretty clear. I won't say everyone is doing their own thing, but there hasn't been any global consensus yet. It's not like GDPR, it's not like, it's completely different. So everything related to AI, navigating AI, even policy or anything related to it is personalized to your country's priorities, to your country's pillars of the economy. So we will go in that direction. We will use AI for what's important for the country, what's relevant for the country, and what will make the most impact for the people and the businesses. That's where we were looking at it. I mean, speaking of use cases, we are actually, I won't say playing, but we're trying something. It's not public yet, but one example of what we're doing, just to give you a sense of what we're experimenting with at METC, we made a cheap GPT, which is an expert in the Workers' Rights Act of Mauritius. Now, how many of you are experts in the labor laws of the country? Okay. How many of you, when you received your work contract, actually made sure that it respected the regulations of the country? Well done. Now imagine if you could have that in your pocket, in your mobile phone at home, you upload your contract, it's anonymized data, we're not going to learn it, but it looks at the contract and tells you, as per the law of the country, this is what's missing and this is what needs to be included in it. Who are we empowering? We're empowering the people to ensure that you're safe while you're signing any job contract. So this is an example of a low-hanging fruit that we're looking into. I mean, the testing, we did it even further. I mean, even severance packages, it's able to calculate. Like if you work for 10, 15 years, you put your salary range, you put everything, and you say, this is what the company has just paid me, is it correct, is it right or wrong? It will tell you, as per the law, this is the amount of money it should have paid you. I mean, this is powerful. And now, things like that can be very disruptive. For lawyers, for the syndicates, I mean, it can, we are also even looking into that. So that's one example of a low-hanging fruit, I would say a use case that we are looking into. I always say that Mauritius Emerging Technologies Council, another word for emerging is Mauritius Emerging Disruptive Council. So we won't be disruptive, but we know there are technologies, there are things that we can do that can disrupt the country. We probably will do it at some point, but we're taking our time.
No, thanks, Vrigesh. I think that's there are so many use cases. As one of the speakers says, well, we need to really ponder which one we're going after. and that the whole low-hanging fruits really needs to be focused on. So unfortunately, I probably would have spent another couple of hours with you guys and probably you as well, and thanks very much because I know it's quite late and we're very late on the agenda. So I was told to cut it shorter than expecting. So I just want to final thoughts. So we'll start with Thomas. So just final thoughts on innovation of AI and its impact on Mauritius.
I think the topic just in the last 5 minutes was just terribly exciting. So I'll sum it up. UAE launched our own Arabic model, simply like what Peter said, because if you take an English model and you translate to Arabic, you think in the Western terms, and you speak the Arabic term, and that's what they wanted. You created a model that taught in Arabic and spoke in Arabic. But the core to that was what I guess the Mauritius Council is saying. The use case were the ones that drives. So if I have to sum it, if you have to package AI in what you want to achieve and want to develop, you have to start with what is the use case you want to ascertain. What is the end value? And from there you work backwards. Because if not, we will be working on governance, framework, technology without ascertaining what the end value is. So like what you have described, in our world we treat it as applied technology. Applied AI is a specialized LLM, a specialized model that treats with the regulations, the law, or a set of government policies for the citizens. You start with that, then you go, do I need it to speak Creole, or can it just speak French? So if I leave anything about applied technology, applied use cases is where you start, and you work backwards to see the framework, the development you need to support that.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Kone?
Yeah, I will focus on the Mauritius case and regulations. As I think the lady from UNESCO said, the regulation should be an enabler for AI. That basically regulation for development. You should not regulate because we want to regulate, because we are living in a disruptive world. That's the reason we're coming with the agile regulation, which is basically sandboxing. Let it go, observe it, and the right moment comes, you regulate it.
Thank you. Mr. Hamid.
These are super exciting times. When generative AI is just starting, and we heard speakers in the morning talk about AGI and then super AGI, most probably trending towards what some of the technologists term as digital singularity kind of concepts, right? So these are really exciting times, and we need to, AI is here to stay. We need to embrace it very responsibly. And value is definitely one thing, but this is a great technology, but it has great power to harm humanity as well. So we need to ensure that that social fabric, the ethical and transparency and responsible use of AI is always maintained, and that's at the apex. It will come at a cost, no doubt, but that is the cost that we should be ready to pay at the starting itself.
With great power comes great responsibilities, as we say.
Yeah, and, I will maybe this will be too provocative, but I will say it anyway. Stop talking about this and start doing.
Yes.
Because I think it's only through the use cases that we actually will start to understand how it impacts our organization. And I believe what you've heard all day today is really take away this aspect that you need to go back and figure out what happens in your company. You need to understand that there's a top-down regulatory environment that happens, but there is also stuff that changes all across your organization. And let me, before I hand it off, just say one example in this. Imagine all the companies here that import rice and sell rice. The CEOs of those companies sat down in a dark room and agreed what the price should be. That could be against competition law, correct? Right? We don't like people colluding on price. So that means if they all buy the same algorithm to establish price setting, they're colluding. That means that AI legislation is required in competition law. And you can go through every aspect of what governs you run as a business, and you will see that AI impacts it. Just as you said, there's a bottom-up aspect of this.
Yeah, I would say there's one topic which is talent. Very important that it need not be always, it will take time for bringing it from the ground. So a lot of reskilling is important. So I cannot emphasize more about how much talent may be lying here, but it needs to be reskilled and upskilled to the current requirements. So if the organizations can adopt few programs which can help in reskilling of the talent, and also let's learn from the rest of the world as well, collaborate and see how that co-deliveries can happen. It will help the internal talent also to get it faster. So I think that's a very important step. For whatever we do, we need that to develop fast.
Thank you. Rigesh, last words.
Yeah, very, very simple. This is too much of an important responsibility for few people of an institution to do. So my call is, it's actually true. I mean, I can't sit in a dark room and just come up with a framework. It's not going to work. So my ask and call is there will be a lot of collaboration that will be required from everyone at every level. Be proactive. Talk to us, join us, and let's together work out something which the country will win from. That's it.
Yes, and just the last word for me is stop talking, start executing. I think time has come. Technology is there. If we wait for the next iteration, we're going to wait forever because there are iterations every single day. So we need to start right now. With that, thanks very much. Big, give a round of applause to.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a moment to thank Mr. Mark Israel for his exceptional moderation of the panel discussion and our esteemed panelists who have enriched our conversation with their invaluable insights. Thank you all for your enlightening contributions to today's discussions. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's now welcome Mr. Rajesh Mirjankar, Managing Director and CEO of Kia AI, for his session on Gen AI and Metaverse transforming consumer engagement.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, METC and the Ministry of Information Technology and Communication and Innovation for this opportunity. We've heard a lot about AI, and this session I just want to briefly cover the aspect of the real use cases in the virtual world, where we will reimagine the use of AI from a perspective of what it does to the metaverse and then things beyond that. What we looked at when we looked at the vision of metaverse from a perspective of being able to conduct business was to look at one where it is usable by all. So it is inclusive, it is equitable, and importantly, it is using digital public goods to be able to lower the cost of ownership for businesses. So when we look at industry use cases for the metaverse, we first look at saying what is metaverse. To simply put it, it is a seamless network of connected 3D or three-dimensional worlds where people come in to work, to play, to socialize, and to create. That's what we would typically like to define. Is that what the metaverse is today? Possibly not, because metaverses or other platforms don't talk to each other in that way, but I'm sure that will eventually move to a point where they are interoperable. But when we look at what the metaverse is capable of doing, is that when it looks to leverage technologies like virtual reality, augmented reality, and artificial intelligence, it will gradually blur the line between the digital world and the physical world. And that realm disappearing will do a lot of good to the public at large. So that's what I thought I'll put in a short video to say that when you look at industry use cases for the metaverse, while you're looking at virtual worlds, the impact can be real. It's about how you put technologies together to achieve that result. When we look at the components of what the impact of the metaverse is likely to be, it's going to transform the way workforce engagement is done. We worked for a large firm in South Africa where we've put in the metaverse on our platform to make sure that workforce can engage right from onboarding to therapy to discussions, addressing grievances, training requirements, all of that coming through what is a artificial intelligence model within that organization. So you're not talking of borrowing information from the internet, but you're talking about creating knowledge for your enterprise. The other part where it's going to radically change the way things are, revolutionize this, is going to be education and learning. When we look at the aspect of trained models, I think education is where it fits best when we look at the use of artificial intelligence. We've seen with the use of virtual reality, you are able to simulate practical exercises, and where we first thought about this was during COVID. That's in fact the time when we put across the concept of key hours, was to look at saying how could children conduct experiments and simulations at home without being able to attend the laboratory classes. And from there grew a whole range of exercise where it not just applied to education at school, colleges, but it also applies to training at work. And not just training at work where you go through manuals of information stored. Let me give you one example. When you look at, for example, the one video that I showed there earlier was about an oil rig where you have firefighting exercise being done. That is a simple exercise that you're taught as a firefighter. But what can artificial intelligence deliver to you? With AI, you are able to say that if the wind changes course and direction, where do the firefighters now attack the fire from? And when you get trained for that, to say that wind is southwest, how do you go and attack that fire? It's those things that you get trained in simulation exercises. The other part is about how business and commerce gets impacted. Artificial intelligence is going to impact this in a big way, but the metaverse will aid it, where, for example, what's relevant to Mauritius is you're able to offer pre-travel experiences in three-dimensional world. Have a three-dimensional view of the beaches of Mauritius, the lovely museums, etc., and talk about the rich heritage of Mauritius, which would then get people to come across. Now, this is where you look at using technology in a way which is as simple as just providing three-dimensional videos, but being able to provide that as an experience that's global can render that difference. When we look at industrial automation, examples of, let's say, training being done is one example, but when you look at further examples of industrial automation, you are able to add what is the integration to Internet of Things, to devices, and being able to monitor that on a three-dimensional dashboard. You are able to visualize data and then take actions to impact production or various other activities based on that data. And lastly, the social interactions and gaming, that's of course what the metaverse so-called is doing today. So what we thought when we looked at the metaverse is to say, start thinking things other than gaming. It has to move beyond that because no technology can just survive on one aspect of chance as such. So this is some of the real use cases we've implemented in banks and firms of creating a commerce hub where we are able to use digital public goods like, in India to be able to conduct commerce, as well as implemented this at banks where you can do secure banking as well. So the last use case is one that I want to talk about. It's very important, like I said earlier, that every technology is inclusive and equitable. So what we did is that we looked at bringing the avatar from the metaverse and said that it is not something that should be restricted just to devices like a VR device, but should move on seamlessly between mobile device to a laptop to a kiosk. And so we are able to put this in a village, and this avatar can talk the local language using Bhashini. And importantly, Bhashini is the public service goods for language. And it's able to now communicate in a way where the user understands. And go back to saying, when you look at a lot of the automation that governments and banks and various institutions drive, why do public at large not take it up as easily? The one reason for non-acceptance is going to be about understanding. So while you look at the digital literacy, it is one of the most important aspects to bridge the digital divide, and it's not about devices. So with the aspect of using local language models and being able to apply that along with the whole devices, which is the kiosk itself, you are able to help a villager do banking easily. So when we look at the challenges in the metaverse, it's something that also applies to artificial intelligence in a big way. One is about accessibility, to say that when you apply a technology, it has to be accessible. So pretty much like devices being accessible, artificial intelligence in that same way has to be accessible for all, which is why in India, they spoke about, our Prime Minister spoke about a concept of artificial intelligence for all. So when we look at the concept of regulation, it should be in the context of saying, how does it affect the citizen, the consumer first, and then look at the business impact in all cases. Then it's about data privacy, and this is foremost because it's very important that it does not operate like Web 2, where all data has gone to big firms where they are able to use this and monetize this. Data privacy is important when we look at the use of technology, and that's one of the aspects that the metaverse can address, because not all data is stored at a central location. You can have a Web 3 architecture where data is decentralized and stored at different places who use this data. And importantly, you are able to apply one key context, which is to say, all data will be used with the consent of the consumer. Then is the security aspect. Of course, it's very important to make sure that it is secure. So when you apply a technology, whether it's artificial intelligence or metaverse, make sure that the security is considered in most cases. And when it comes to regulations, like I said, keep the consumer citizen first, and then it all evolves automatically. And the last part is that make sure that any technology that is implemented is interoperable. And in the metaverse, it applies more specifically because you have multiple gaming metaverses today that sit in isolation, where it's not just interoperability, it's the fact that it's all localized currencies to that domain, and hence not interoperating. It's not because the technology can't do it. So when you look at envisaging and evolving technologies, it is something that you need to take care that it is considered as a application as a public good rather than just a large private enterprise. And I think that's key to the fact saying that the government needs to be involved in every aspect of technology innovation, such as artificial intelligence, such as metaverse, for the simple reason being that when the government gets involved, you start building digital public goods that the citizens can benefit from. So thank you very much for your attention, ladies and gentlemen. What I would say is it's reimagine the metaverse with artificial intelligence and beyond reality and beyond limits. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rajesh Mirjankar, for your insightful presentation. Your expertise in emerging technologies has been very interesting. Next, we have Mr. Lin Yanqing, Vice President of Huawei Technologies, Shenzhen, China, presenting on global initiatives for ICT infrastructure with AI. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome on stage Mr. Lin Yanqing.
Honorable Minister, thank you for this opportunity, and good afternoon, everyone. I will introduce some ideas about AI industry development. 2 years ago, right this month, I was asking myself a question. Winter again? Right? If you're familiar with AI development history, you may know that there are two, the winters, we call it, 1970s, 1990s, after they overhyped and over-marketing and failed delivery, then the whole industry made some, enter low tide. And the reason I was asking me this question is, there are two reasons. One reason is because we established a company-level AI committee to overseeing the development and also the regulation across the world. So every month we will organize a meeting to discuss the latest development and also the regulation progress. 2 years ago, I was looking at the topics going to discuss this month. There was nothing new for quite some time, and already a pervasive AI use cases, at least in China. I was thinking that maybe we have squeezed the full staff out of this wave. This is reason number one. And the second reason is that starting from 2018, we were discussing the business model for the AI. But till 2022, we're still struggling with a successful AI business model at the time. And I don't know how many of you at the time had a similar feeling. But right after that, end of the 2022, the ChatGPT came and sparkling a flurry across the world, right? So I'm prudently optimistic about this AI wave. So maybe we're still climbing to the peak of that. And last year, when we published a white paper about the AI industry development, in the paper, we were bullish about this AI impact to the global economy. And in total, by 2030, the whole global GDP impact, directly or indirectly by AI, are going to be $20 trillion. And the industry adoption of the AI would be 20% by 2026. So we summarize a lot of use cases from Huawei internal practice. For example, I'll tell you a number, that today there are more than 3,000 robots running in our internal process, helping us to optimize internal operation, improve our internal efficiency that we can feel right now and this time. And also, we have used a lot of the artificial intelligence in telco business, helping operators to improve their operation efficiency and also improve the performance of the whole network. So we summarize a lot of use cases, and then we publish this white paper. But one thing important I would like to point out, just now during the panel, a lot of guests mentioned about the talent, the national will, but one thing is quite important is about the infrastructure, right? When you're talking about AI, you are actually talking about computing power, right? If you don't have computing power, you don't have AI. Last year, there was one paper talking about beta lesson learned during the last 70 years AI development. What's the lesson? People saying, probably they are bullish about their ability to optimize the algorithm of the AI. They say, I want to improve the algorithm so that I can have 1%, 2% of improvement of the AI performance. But the real lesson or real thing is the computing power. So if you can have more computing power, it will outperform the algorithm improvement. That's a lesson during the last 70 years AI development, right? So you're talking about AI, you are talking about computing power. And you're talking about computing power, you're talking about energy. So in Mauritius, I just heard this afternoon from my colleague, he mentioned that you already have a pretty good fiber coverage and also 5G deployed, and also probably only one tier 4 data center in Africa. So you have a very good position in the AI development. But still, you want to have a better AI, I mean the AI data center, including the GPUs, NPUs, all those stuff is quite important. Then this is from McKinsey. They published a paper last year summarizing the impact the AI bring to the world. You can see here, similar to our white paper, around 20 trillion US dollars combine all the AI impact to the global economy. And that around $4 trillion are GAI bring to the industry, to the world. And on the right side, you can see there the impact across different functions in the company. Those are the most impacted by the AI could be the customer support. For example, the call centers. Now, a lot of call centers are working with AI together in a copilot mode. And also the programming. So every year in our company, we organize a coding competition, right? Last year, the top 10 winners, they all use AI to code programming with them. So it's already a practice inside our company. And this is Huawei's large language model. We call it Pangu models. Pangu in China culture is a god, Asian god, to create world. So we call this Pangu models. It has multiple different models, right? Computer vision, NLP, multimodal. And starting 2019, we developed this model, and last year we released the second version of this model. Some use cases here. This is Pangu using for the weather forecast. So today, in China at least, they want to predict next week's weather. They have to use 3,000 servers running around 4 hours to get a result. And using Pangu to train at the last several decades data, and then can produce next week's result within 10 seconds. So efficiency is greatly improved. And now it's running in parallel with the existing system, so the central government officials, they can compare the result of these two systems. And the next one is about the power grid inspection, right? In China, this is in Chongqing. They're using this to do the inspection of the power grid, because power grid failure of the system, the parts of the system could cause a great loss. So that they will use all those steps. They're using the drones to scanning across the power grid and shooting a lot of high definition pictures and videos, and then analyzing. Thinking about if manually doing this work is going to be tedious and time consuming. So then we use the Pangu models to support them to do the inspection of the pictures or videos to find the faulty parts, the efficiency being improved by 10 times. And third one is about the sales assistant. Since Mauritius, the financial service is also a key industry in this country, so that using AI to improve the financial system performance and efficiency is quite important. So here in China, we have some practice to support the different banks, the financial service organizations to improve their, the internal operation efficiency, right? I think the similar cases can be used here in Mauritius. Yes, it is good. Already a lot of guests here talking about, right? It's beneficial, but it has something that you cannot overlook. Here is a case back in 2021. There was an aged employee was fired directly by the system, sending out a mail saying, because of ABC, you're fired. This is not through a supervisor or manager, but directly through the system. Remember that a human cannot be decided by a machine. This is a principle, right, in the AI world. And the other one, deepfake. I think everybody familiar with that. So a lot of things, right, in the AI world can cause something negative. But it's not all intentional or deliberate. Here, I just infer to this Mr. Socrates. Why he's the wisest man in ancient Greek? Because Delphi told his audience, Socrates, I know I don't know, right? He knows the border. He knows the boundary of his knowledge. But for the chatbot, he will always responding you with, I know everything, asking me, I pop up answer to you. And, but this guy really doesn't know he's talking about this. And even worse, some hallucination things, right? And pop up something wrong, but the system so confident. Right? I'm right, I know everything, believe me, I know this. So this is not deliberate, intentional mistakes. That is why countries across the world, they understand the importance of regulation. They are taking the steps to do some governance. Here is a Callen, a think tank in Europe, that divided countries into 3 categories. China has some technology-specific regulation, which is a generative AI. It's not really an act or law, but rather a management method for the AI. And then the Europe and Canada is a risk-based regulation. It's an act. Especially for the European Union, they already reached an internal consensus on the act. And then, but still I need to stress here is mainstream countries, they promote a responsible use of AI. The reason is because they need to have a balance of regulation and also innovation. As one guest here pointing out, say, UK regulation is called pro-innovation regulation framework or pro-innovation framework. So they stress innovation more than regulation. And the reason behind that is AI, although after 70 years we still see this as a newborn, as a burgeoning industry, is developing so fast, and people not knowing how to regulate that, right? So it's better you have a balance between the regulation and also innovation, especially not to suffocate the innovation, because regulation always means cost. Thinking about the European Union, if you do something wrong, the top penalty for that is 7% of your global total revenue. Think about this. Big companies, Google has billions of sales globally, 7% of that they're going to charge you. And then last year in UK, there was an AI Safety Summit. A lot of countries being invited, speaking there, and China included, right? And the richer consensus say that AI regulation need an international cooperation. That's the consensus. Then for the standard-wise, the ISO, the IEC, they jointly set up a team called SC42, producing standards for the AI. And for the last few years till 2024, you see there, it's already approaching the end of the standard setting. So for the European AI Act, if it goes into effect by 2026 or 7, then the standards will be ready for the act. This last page is our approach to this AI regulation. I would argue the first, probably this is already the consensus of all, but we would say it should be a multi-party collaboration for the AI regulation, including the regulators, the government, the public, because they are impacted and influenced by AI, providers like Huawei, like a lot of friends here, the third-party certification, and also the users. So all of those people, they need to working together to reach a meaningful regulation for this. And the second thing is about the scenario-based. I would argue here the same AI tool or AI technology can be used in different scenarios. For example, the ChatGPT you're using for the entertainment purpose, right? And you're using it to summarize a legal document to provide some suggestions. The same technology, same tool using in these two different scenarios are totally different risk level, right? Legal documents high risk because if you decide somebody's fate, right? But only entertaining could be risk-free, right? So the second thing is it has to be a scenario-based and divided into different risk levels and then apply with the different regulations. Yeah, with that, I would end here. And thank you for your time. And you're still staying here. May enjoy the dinner and the cocktail. Yeah,
Thank you very much, Mr. Lin Yankin, for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now watch a video from Help.Dot explaining on how Help.Dot domain work with artificial intelligence.
Hello and welcome everyone. I'm Lu Hen. I'm from the registry for .help. And today I'm going to talk about how .help domains works with AI to transform the current state of online support into a future where AI not only enhance but revolutionize the way we provide help to the customers. Providing help to the customer and have effective communication with the customer has never been an easy task. One of the primary reasons why many businesses couldn't retain as many customers as they would have if they had a smooth communication with the customer, if they had a wonderful support experience with the customer. And it's cost some of the large enterprises millions of dollars to recruit thousands of customer support agents, still have a customer feedback which is not to the great extent. And then there's a confusion in the genetic enterprise size. You need to go in through multiple layers of the menu to find actual support. And while you find the support, you need to find the right department and the right communication tools, whether it's email or the right phone number to call. And sometimes for a very simple inquiry. Study shows 90% of a customer inquiry are repetitive. It's sometimes really simple. It takes 2 minutes to solve for the person with the knowledge, but it could take a customer an entire day to go to the website, finding the product and finding the right support page and use the right communication tool and wait half an hour in the phone line just to answer a probably 2 minutes question. It has been a frustrated experience, both for the enterprises as well as for the customers. Today, we propose a solution. A solution not only revolutionizes the experience of the customer, but reduce the cost of the enterprise customer support probably by 1 million times. It's simple. What enterprise can do is put their product name or their enterprise name and marry it with the .help domain names. And when they open that website, the customer can face a genetic language model which trained with your knowledge of your product, with the knowledge of your company. With one destination, the customer can ask anything they wanted, and the language model will be able to resolve at least 90% of the inquiries in the most efficient manner, and it's automated. How we achieve that, and how tens of thousands enterprises are achieving today within the .help domain space by simply register your enterprise name .help and train a language model with your past customer inquiries. So instead of having a customer go deep into your website to find the right support method, to find the right contact method of your support agent and ask a simple question, they open the product.help or your company name.help, ask the question directly to a chatbot, and the chatbot, because it's trained by the repeated inquiries your customer has been constantly making in the past years of your operations, the chatbot will be able to provide the most accurate answer to your customer in a matter of seconds. And that experience was never heard of and was never possible without recent advancement of AI. And the marriage between one single destination of support and the AI, which be able to provide fully automated response, give probably one of the best ways to communicate with your customer and most efficient way to communicate with your customer. And here you go. Have a .help domain name with your enterprise and or with your product, and have a large language model behind the URL, and all your customer need to do is type in the URL and get the answer they need. And that will make your customer more engaging, and that will make your customer more satisfied with your product because it's so easy to use and so easy to get help from. One single destination, and that's all possible with AI. Thank you very much for hearing my little speech here, and you can find my personal contact information on the screen. And I'm very much looking forward to discuss AI or other subject with you during this conference at any time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Help, for this nice video. Let's have a big round of applause, please. Distinguished guests, concluding our event at this point in time, we shall have a networking cocktail in a few moments downstairs near the fountain. This will be an excellent opportunity to connect with fellow attendees and speakers. Thank you very much for your attention. Enjoy your evening, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you very much.
We will never touch the ground. Take the leap, it's now or never. Come with me, just cut that tether. We